Check. All right. All right, guys. Hello. Good morning and welcome to day 3 of Bhutan FAB23 conference. And today the day's theme is innovation, sustainability, and community. There will be a lot of symposiums, panels, really interesting workshops and activities similar to what has happened over the last few days. And we're really excited that you've joined us today as well.
In 2017, when the first Fab Lab was established and concepts like 3D printing was unfamiliar to most Bhutanese people, to today, where we boast a network of 5 standard Fab Labs across the country and 1 super Fab Lab, only the 3rd in the world, right here in Thimphu. I think it's a remarkable accomplishment for a small country like ours, and we owe all of it to the vision and support of His Majesty the King. It was only after he visited the first Fab Lab that he saw the true potential of the Fab ecosystem and decided that it had to be a part of Bhutan's journey into digital transformation. I mean, who would have thought 5 years ago that today Bhutan would host the biggest digital fabrication conference in the world? FAB23 has brought together 600 participants, a diverse mix of people from both the local and global communities who are coming together to share ideas, to innovate, and to solve local challenges whose impact you will see in the coming days. As Professor Neil, he mentioned in his inaugural speech that Bhutan is emerging as a leader in the FAB network, not just a participant. And I think it is the responsibility of all of us as part of this network to carry this forward. So today we have 5 speakers representing each of the labs in Bhutan. We don't have a representative from Chego Fab Labs as it is still under construction. So for today, I've structured the panel into 3 parts. So first we will discuss the past of the network, so how it was established. And then we'll go into the current work that some of the labs are doing. And finally, we'll end with the future of the network. So without further ado, let me introduce our first speaker, Mr. Koji Yamada, who is the advisor of the Fab Lab at the College of Science and Technology. He has a rich background in development programs as the chief representative of the JICA office to Bhutan. So Koji-san, I saw that you were featured in Humans of Thimphu, and there you mentioned that you were perhaps the first person in Bhutan to own a 3D printer. I remember the first time I saw a machine physically print an object, I was mind blown. And then you go to a Fab Lab and see all the other amazing machines that are there and the amazing projects you can do in a Fab Lab. I think it's truly amazing to experience. So could you please share with the audience your Fab journey and what was it like bringing this technology to Bhutan?
Thank you, Zina, and good morning, audience. Well, I'm so honored to be the first speaker. Well, it's true that it's me who purchased the 3D printer and imported from other countries. But actually, after a few months, I saw one Bhutanese entrepreneur who had already started assembling the 3D printer locally, and well, he could become a user of the Fab Lab Bhutan as soon as the Fab Lab Bhutan was inaugurated in 2017. And also the reason that I wanted to introduce a 3D printer to my office is that that time, there had already been the plan to have the first Fab Lab in Bhutan. So until the day that the Fab Lab was inaugurated, I had expected. I thought that I should have more experience, hands-on experience in operating the 3D printers before it came to an existence. So. But actually, that time I was the chief representative of the JICA, and I'm the development specialist in international developments. So I had been too busy operating the 3D printers myself. But as soon as the Fab Lab Bhutan came to an existence, that was a great place for me to learn a lot from the 3D printing technologies from them. And currently, well, just to introduce, I have been, before the Fab Lab Bhutan was inaugurated, I had interacted with Tewan Rundup, and he had been working very hard to tap the young human resources, and also he was looking for the place to install the first Fab Lab in Thimphu. So I worked very closely, individually. It's not the JICA's assistance, but individually, I talked a lot about the government officials, including the Prime Minister also. So as soon as it came to an existence, I saw a lot of activities, including the first Fab 2.0 project. So this is the CNC machines, which was built as one of the first prototypes developed by the Fab Lab Bhutan, and it was handed over to Chego Fab Lab last year. And we saw that this machine was not functioning well. So 2 weeks ago, we brought this machine to the Fab Lab CST, and also we invited the Chego Fab Lab people, and we worked together to revive this machine. And also we have still working on the revival of the 3D printer. Okay, so that's my experience. Maybe I stop.
Thank you, Koji-san. You mentioned that you were present during the inauguration of the first Fab Lab, right, in 2017. I think most of the Fab Foundation delegation that's here today, they were also present. So can you just describe for the audience what the atmosphere was like and how was it received?
Well, I want to just ask you, how many of you attended the inauguration of the Fab Lab Bhutan in 2017? Maybe I suppose Professor Neil is the only person. So, well, it was a very small Fab Lab, but it's grassroots, and that kind of atmosphere was so good for to attract the young minds and also the local schools. And it was so sad to lose it. So I'm looking forward to the Chego Fab Lab to succeed that function to attract the young people in Thimphu as well, together with the Super Fab Lab.
Thank you, Koji-san. So from 2017, now I want to jump to 2022. Last year, when our Gelse, the Crown Prince, he inaugurated the expansion of the network. So 3 additional Fab Labs and the Jigme Namgyal Wangchuk Super Fab Lab, which is named after himself, as his first royal duty. I think this event brought a lot of attention to the Fab network in Bhutan. So this is where I want to bring in our second speaker, Tsring Wangzom, who is the manager at JNWSFL. And she works on a lot of machine making projects in the lab, some in collaboration with CBA at MIT. So Wangzom, you and I we joined office on the same day in 2021. And we were tasked with developing the operational procedures and the educational plans for Super Fab Lab. We saw it grow from a renovation site to the dynamic, vibrant lab it is today. So can you please share your Fab journey and what did this inauguration mean to you?
Okay. Thank you, Sina, for introducing me. Let me start by saying that everything happened during the pandemic. So everyone can imagine the struggle that we all had to go through. There were lots of delays and there was lots of struggles. There were lockdowns, and it took us more than 2 years, 2.5 years plus to actually have this lab the way it is today. And yeah, as Zina mentioned, like we were working on making SOPs, we were designing the programs that we wanted to run, but the lab, it was never in the, there was always a delay. So when it was finally inaugurated on June 4th, there was a huge sense of achievement, and we were very proud of ourselves because only we know the struggle that we had to go through to have all these machines here and have it up and running and also get trained during the lockdown on the machines. So yeah, it was a huge sense of achievement, And like right after inauguration or any event, we feel that like when everyone goes away, like next day the whole lab is empty, and we feel that like there's a sense of emptiness. But with our inauguration, it was very different. Maybe because Crown Prince, he inaugurated the lab and it was featured on our national television. Next day, I think for like next 2 months, we had visitors every other day, and it was like the inauguration was still going on for like 2 months. Like we had so many visitors, we had so many students come in, and we were like giving them guided tours every day for like next 2 months. And even now, like every month we have around 100 students coming in just to visit the lab. So having inaugurated the lab by our girls, say, it was such a auspicious occasion, and yeah, it was a huge achievement for us. Thank you, Zina.
Thank you. Thank you, Wongsom. Yeah, and I think what you said is correct. We're still, I think, recovering from that a lot of attention that we got for the network. So Anit, Karmasa, and Kencho, your labs were also inaugurated last year. So let me introduce the remaining speakers now. So Anit Gale, he is the manager at the FAB Lab at Drukyalpo's Institute in Paro, which is the premier boarding school in Bhutan. Karmasa, he is the principal at the TTTRC Institute, which has the FAB Lab in Gelebhu. And Kencho is the lab manager at the BioFab Lab in the College of Natural Resources in Punakha. How was this inauguration received back in your institutions? Maybe Anit first.
So after the inauguration of the SuperFab Lab, so we also had a soft launch of our lab. So after going back, so we immediately started using the labs, and our immediate community for the lab were the students, and so our students immediately the lab became a very immediate part of their learning process. So we started using the lab to further enhance the learning experiences happening in the schools. And also, so one thing so our lab is a part of a center called Aesthetic Center. So the center is not just Fab Lab. It also has a part where we want our students to do creative stuffs like such as sculpturing, weaving, and all, and so that the students will also get an opportunity to have hands-on experience to do creative stuffs. So after the inauguration, so main thing was to give the students and the faculty there the capability, the ability of the labs, what the facilities in the labs can do to further enhance our learning process. And also, so after the orientation of those things, we started to work on further enhancing our students design thinking skills, because I think the machines in the lab doesn't hold any values if the people coming into the labs are not vibrant, and if they are not able to design what they want to make. And the first time when we were 3D printing something, I think the students were very excited because we were able to bring something in a physical world from digital platform. So that excites a lot of students. So that's what we are trying to do. And so these are some of the things we started immediately after the inauguration of the lab, and this is how our school has accepted the digital fabrication after the inauguration. Thank you.
Lassina, thank you very much. I had a long association with Fab Lab since 2013. For the first time, I remember at that time I was wondering, what is this Fab Lab? I had a virtual meeting with Tsawang Doji from the Netherlands. That time he was in Netherlands. So the time difference, Then since then I was working, but since that time I was in the head office. So still then later on only I realized after seeing the Fab Lab, once they started operating in Olakha with Tsawang and Karma, Then I was closely visiting them, and there I had experimented myself DIY, and then I was trying to do something by profession. I'm an electrical engineer, so I tried to do something with that. Then I envisioned. Now, since the inauguration of this Fab Lab last year, the Technical Training Resource Center in Gyeongju, we have trained more than 300 plus students in 3D operation. We have 3D printing courses developed for basic and advanced. So we have two courses. Vis-a-vis, it ranges from 1 month to 3 months. So we have trained, and at the moment also, we are encouraging students on vacations to apply. And then that's one of our greatest achievement after inauguration. And now the way forward, we also have lots of things going on. And definitely we will look forward, and we would love to collaborate and then see how can we strengthen the activities in our institute. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Uh, so I will be highlighting more about how inauguration happened and how we received that back in our college. So we are so proud, and it is unforgettable moment, not only for me. It is also remarkable, like a moment for the College of Natural Resources. We are so lucky to be chosen as one of the universities to have Fab Lab, and we were so thrilled and fortunate that our lab is also inaugurated on the same day when Super Fab Lab was inaugurated. So if I tell like something about how it was received in back in my lab. So before the inauguration, it is really difficult to even like tell students what is Fab Lab is. We try to explain so much about what Fab Lab is. However, right after the inauguration, lab became famous in a day. We have so much visitors. Students are so excited. They are so curious. And the lab became, still the lab is the hot spot for exploration. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, everyone. I think a lot of engagement after inauguration. That's what I'm getting from all of your inputs. So actually, in anticipation of the inauguration, a team of 12 Bhutanese people, they were chosen to take the Fab Academy course. And these were mostly the people that were going to be the Fab Lab engineers and the managers. So Kencho, Anit, and I, we were part of this team, and we graduated last year in Bali. So I just want you guys to please, maybe if you could share with the audience, first, what Fab Academy is, just very briefly, and then what are your impressions of it, and is it helping you in your role today in your respective Fab Labs? Maybe Anit first.
Thank you, Zina. So, firstly, if I explain Fab Academy from my perspective, from what I have experienced. So, Fab Academy is basically a fast-paced, like it gives us the hands-on experience of prototyping. So every week we do some a component of digital fabrication as an assignment, and at the end we come up with a project and completing all the assignments. So the experience with the Fab Academy was, so I completed my engineering at 2020 from College of Science and Technology. So I was supposed to complete my engineering in 4 years, but I took 5 years. So, but that was something. It was something that was that happened where was something which has given me a very good experience, because during that time, so since I was not able to achieve some level of grades in one of my years, so I had to stay back at home. So during that time, I explored. Like I took that time to explore on my own, like what are the things. And that time I was in my third semester. So I got introduced like Arduino. So I got introduced to Arduino in my third semester. So from that, I never looked back. Like I started project-based learning. So I had the experience of doing some projects with microcontrollers. But after the college, I joined the Drugal Post Institute. So and there, with support from RSTEM, I got the opportunity to participate in the FAB Academy to be the first cohort. So there, so I already had a few level of digital fabrication ideas, but through FAB Academy, I understand that it's not just about the machines, it's about the people who makes the community. The community, the people around, they are very open to sharing, like the instructors I had. So I just can't name all of them because there are a lot of them, because I've been learning a lot from them, and they have to, they shared, the main, the best thing that I found in FAB Academy is the documentation work, the process of doing the documentation, which gives us the platform to share our work, what we have learned, what mistakes we have made, and it also gives an opportunity to give credit to others, like the kind of work the others have done, to recreate that work, to share that work, and I think it's the best thing that I've learned through the process of documentation, and the people in the community who are very open to share their learnings, to share their experiences. And so this was one of the highlight. And I would also like to take this opportunity to, like as Zina mentioned, the start of the Fab Lab in the country. So I think it's because of that grassroots effort from that level, like effort done by Ma'am Karma and all, who started the vibe, who started the digital fabrication in the country. So through their start and through their hard work, and the participants who joined the Fab Lab Mandala, so because of them, we were able to complete the Fab Academy course. And I think it was a great opportunity for me, and I think for all the participants, to experience that Fab Academy course. And I think and if you, so I would just say that if you want to complete an engineering course in a fast pace, so take FAB Academy. Thank you.
For me, generally, Fab Lab means learning new things by doing. So actually, what I wanted to say is, if you wanted to learn a new thing, learn something that is not learned in your schools, Fab Academy is the right academy to join. So, being a bio background, I had a I used to like I don't know much about electronics, embedded programming, information technology, but after I joined Fab Academy, it opened my brains to a lot of new things. Now, all the skills that I acquired is all because of Fab Academy. I did my Fab Academy last year with Zina and Anit at Fab Lab Mandala, which was previously known as Fab Lab Bhutan. And after the Fab Academy, now I'm able to rethink, recreate, redesign, and fabricate my custom solutions to almost anything. This is my experience till now from after doing Fab Academy. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And as Andit mentioned, documentation, we hate it when we do it, but we love it afterwards. So I think it's great for me also. I think I had a similar experience. I learned more in the 6 months of Fab Academy than I did in the 4 years of my mechanical engineering degree. So my next question is directed to first Kamadoji-san and maybe Koji-san if you want to chip in. Um, so now as we hear about the experiences that the students had with Fab Academy, and a lot of universities are now starting to credit Fab Academy in their curriculum, and some are even introducing digital fabrication courses of their own. So do you believe that similar programs are needed as the Fab Lab as the Fab network in Bhutan expands? And how can we adapt and integrate this into the Bhutanese education curriculum?
Once again, thank you. Well, definitely, yes. Since we are responsible to, the TRC is mandated to develop a curriculum for both general education Tibet courses and then also the Tibet courses that is done in all the technical training institute in Bhutan. Very recently, we have brought in a mobile robotic trainer from France. He's a German, but he's settled in France. Now he will be joining us in our Fab Lab. Just now he's doing his medical test in the General Hospital, Jimochu National Referral Hospital. Similarly, we also have already worked with the World Skills Competition, and we have joined as a member of World Skills Competition. Now we are also looking forward to participate in World Skills Competition in mobile robotic by 2023 Asia. That will be held in Abu Dhabi. So, and we are preparing towards that. And while looking at that, definitely, yes, I would see that that will be a platform because this Fab Lab will provide a platform, especially in mobile robotics, industrial automations through DIY, and almost anything is possible. So that is where we are saying, looking forward. But unfortunately, the other side of the coin is I still feel that we need to make more of advocacy in our country to understand what is this actually the Fab Lab is. Because in context of looking at our curriculums that we have in our general education curriculum, though now the RSTEM came up and then now that's pushing forward, but still then we need to do some more advocacy on why we need to understand the importance of having embedded the Tibet courses. Sorry, in other countries they call it BET. In Bhutan we call it Tibet. So it's all same technical and vocational education and training. So Tibet courses has to be embedded with general education system and it cannot be separated. And that's where we are working as a TRC. Thank you very much.
Okay. I would like to take a very realistic position. Okay. Honestly speaking, the tuition fee for the Fab Academy is too expensive for the developing countries. So, and also sometimes the participants have to learn something which are not relevant to the context of Bhutan. So what I have been observing here is the necessity for to internalize the Fab Academy here in the context of Bhutan. Here in this country, we have a lot of resources like limestone. The day before yesterday, I highlighted the limestone. There huge potential for the utilization of the limestone, and also this country is very vulnerable to the earthquake disasters or flood disasters. So how are we able to connect this disaster response to the digital fabrication? That should be sought out among ourselves as well. So of course, if there is an avenue for the participants to complete the whole 6 months in the Fab Academy, that is great. But my experience working with our colleagues in the Fab Lab CST is that it's very difficult for even the faculty members to spare the whole 6 months to participate in the Fab Academy. So of course that should be there, and we should find a way to change the institutional arrangement of this country so that the participants are more easily able to apply for the FAB Academy, but also at the same time, we have to find a way to to internalize the FAB Academy into the context of Bhutan. So that's the point I would like to emphasize. Okay.
Thank you, Karmasa and Koji-san. I think what you said is right. We have a lot of work to do together as a network, and hopefully we'll be able to achieve some of it soon. And doing so, I think will bring about a lot of long-term benefits to the country. But now I just want to reflect. It's been a year since most of our labs were, I think all of our labs were inaugurated around the same time. Kochi-san's lab was inaugurated about 2 months later after ours. So very briefly, could you just tell us what has the engagement been like, and what has maybe some notable projects in your lab that are ongoing you can share with the audience? So we'll have to go through all the 5 speakers, if you could keep it very brief.
Yeah, I could be very brief because there is another panel talk session scheduled for tomorrow. Unfortunately, the timing is postponed to 6 p.m. So I would like to request the audience to stay until 6 p.m. Tomorrow to attend our session to introduce the activities of the Fab Lab CST. So please stay here. That's it.
So for our Super Fab Lab, I think Chirag mentioned yesterday that we have around more than 5 projects in collaboration with MIT, and one of them being the machine making project. And while we are still learning how to make machines, we are hoping that we will be able to make 10 machines out of the lab and distribute to the schools by the end of the year. That's our goal for this year. And also we have lots of other projects. We have dry SFL projects, and there's like SFL projects which is focused on renewable energy. There are also projects which are looking forward to this year. One of them being the assistive device that we want to make for specially enabled students. We are really looking forward to that project. And we also run lots of like workshops and programs, and all driven by our vision and mission. So our vision is to inspire the future of learning and creating, and our mission is to provide a digital tool to ignite a culture of innovation in the country. So we have been running lots of workshops and programs, and one of the programs that we ran last year, right after the first program that we ran, right after the inauguration, was a Makers program for our students and teachers. So we had around 25 teachers and 20 students participate, and it was really exciting to see all the paperwork and all the projects that we had planned to finally implement them. And that was one of the programs that we ran. But in total, we ran more than 5 workshops, 6 workshops, and we had around 50 plus client projects that we had also done. We also had more than 300 visitors, which were not students, and we could only keep track around like 1,000 students that visited the lab till now. There were many more. So yes, and to commemorate our first anniversary this year on June 4th, we also ran another Makers program for technical training institutes, which was very brief. But right after this event, we are also planning to have weekend events for small kids. So yes, thank you.
So as I mentioned earlier, so my lab is in a school. So the immediate engagement that we have is with the students. And so we have something called as 108 learning experience review. So after 3 weeks of learning experiences, so all the students, they will come, they may form groups, and they may work individually to create something which will represent a concept or anything which they have learned in that 3 weeks. So before the introduction of Fab Lab in our school, so the most of the works done were like in paper, chart papers. They would use mud and clays and to make displays and all. But after the introduction of Fab Labs, and as we are working on working on the incorporating digital fabrication skills among our learners. So the quality of the works that they display during those 108 learning experience reviews, it has improved. And before we have a lot of waste coming from that reviews, but now after since I think it's still picking up, the students are still learning, and so the waste amount of waste coming from those learning experiences has significantly has come down, and even the displays made are in the fab labs, and some of them they take home to show it to their parents, like what they have made, like what they have designed in their computers and what they have made physically. And one of the best engagement that I had after the introduction of Fab Lab is we also have something called a life science exhibition. So there, the students, they make a lot of mistakes while designing. So what I aim to do is like to make them learn from that mistakes. So even if the design have some mistakes, like if I try to explain that and if they're not able to comprehend that, then what I try to do, we fabricate that design and physically see the mistakes. So from that they understand. And one of the experience was next day was the exhibition, and we ended up staying the whole night to fabricate the thing. And so at the end, at the end, what I experienced was it was not the product, but it was the joy that they got, like after completing that work. So the emotional thing that they experience, I think that's the best engagement that I had. Thank you.
Yes, once again, thank you. The Triple T RC Fab Lab, as such, we don't have any projects at the moment. However, we do have collaborations. For example, we just had second round of meeting with the Jigme Dojo Wanshu National Referral Hospital, and then with all the team of biomedical engineers of Jigme Dojo Wanshu National Referral Hospital, now we are using our Fab Lab. We will be using our Fab Lab soon to produce, because we hear and see lots of machines malfunctioning, X-ray machines, some components are broken. So we had collaborated, and now that's already 80% we have completed our tasks. Now we just have to sign our memorandum of understanding, and very soon we are going to, hopefully by October, we are going to start that. So that's one collaboration. The second collaboration is we have also attempted, and then we have made every Saturday as an open institute day, wherein all the schools from the vicinity of Sarvang Dzongkhag's teachers, students can walk in, and then they can experience our Fab Lab. So we have, but unfortunately, it is the other side. Again, sorry, it is the other side. Though we had a Fab manager and a Fab engineer, but unfortunately they left us. But I would say that again, that is a positive aspect of the PAB Academy, because of the PAB Academy courses that they have undertaken, they got a better opportunities, and then they left our PAB lab. But nonetheless, we are trying to operate, and we are still keeping alive ourselves. So that is the one. And then the last one is very recently I presented this to the Sarvang Dzongkhag and Dzongkhag. We are hosting a 116th National Day in Gyelephu, Sarvang Dzongkhag, and I'm proud that Triple T RC Fab Lab will be contributing them. We have already presented our 3 projects to them. That will be a product produced from our Fab Lab to celebrate and commemorate the 116th National Day in Bhutan. Thank you very much. Hello.
At CNR, the lab users are mostly the students and the staff of our college, as our bio lab is still under, it is still not fully set up. So students of College of Natural Resources use the Fab Lab to do their assignments, to carry out their projects. They even integrate digital fabrication in their research uh, and writing their final year thesis. Some of the notable projects that were carried out by the students of CNR are like uh, automating the watering system at floriculture, uh, automating the greenhouse to grow the winter foders for their research. Some of animal science students, they came up with making artificial intelligent uh, incubation, artificial incubators. Some of them have used the 3D printers to make cheese press. And actually there are a lot of projects that have been carried out at College of Natural Resources. Thank you.
Yes, thank you everyone for sharing. What I'm getting from this is that it's mainly students that are engaging in the Fab Labs. But especially for us at JNWSFL, we wanted to be a space not only for students, but also for artists, for engineers, for designers, industrialists, entrepreneurs, so basically whoever has an idea. So I've noticed that a lot of people are intimidated by the lab, some of them, and they think that it's just a space for techies and engineers. So Wang Zom, I want to direct this question to you as from JNWSFL. If you meet someone who has this mindset, what would you tell them?
So we try to advocate a lot. So whoever visits our lab, you always tell them that this is not a lab for engineers. Like, these machines are used by artists, and we also try to show. That's why this year the challenge that we hosted was more of an artistic. We tried to, so our challenge was we collaborated with a Royal Textile Academy, which is not at all, and it doesn't have anything to do with engineering. So yeah, we do have people coming in saying that they want, they think that it's all for like engineers, but we try to advocate, and I think that's the best thing that we could do. We tried to post and put up, so last year, for the students, the program that we ran, it wasn't for engineering or something. We taught them how to design things, and we made them design. Some of them were just making animals and like colorful, they made some stickers, and it had nothing to do with engineering. So we are trying our best to advocate, and I would say that this lab is, when you say lab, like the word lab, I think it confuses people maybe, but it's just a space for collaboration, to innovate, to create something new, and it doesn't have to be techie. You don't have to work with electronics all the time.
Yeah, I think it's true. So we want a lot of artistic people to come to the lab, because maybe what the engineers are doing, they know how to do it. They know the mechanics and the electronics behind it, but they don't have the artistic vision sometimes. So this is where collaboration comes in, I think. Do you want to say something?
Hello. Yeah. So some of the examples that I can give that it's not for techies only is during the FAB Academy. So some of our participants were tourist guide like Doji Rugel and Tila Namgil. He has a commerce background. Pema Yangzom, she was from a teaching background. And also the FAB Student Challenge is, I think it explains a lot of things. The students who designed this work, I think it's like it was overwhelming, and I think this clearly explains that it's not only for engineers and the techies. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for sharing. So now I want to shift the focus on the future. Maybe one of the challenges we have is sustainability of the lab. And this is where I want to bring Koji-san in. So Koji-san, with your extensive experience with the international Fab Labs, I want to ask you, how do we ensure long-term sustainability of the network in Bhutan? Is it maybe the government needs to introduce some initiatives, or maybe some management practices that we can borrow from successful Fab Labs from other parts of the world?
Plus, well, it's well, still, it's too early for almost all the fab labs in Bhutan to find the best solution on to ensure the long-term sustainability. It's only 2 or 3 months before we have started collecting the fees from the users and also fees of the machine usage and material usage from the users. So so that way we started somehow, but in most cases we have to find a way to ensure the diversity of the revenue sources. So so of course, the labs attached to some kind of educational institutions. Maybe we have some level of the revenue flow from the educational institutions, but that's not enough. And recently, I mean, when we hosted the FAB Bhutan Challenge together with the community partners like Sense Schools, we also faced the problem of the staff short and the teachers shortage in our constituency, especially the STEM teachers. So what I have been proposing is the fab and the local fab labs undertaking the STEM delivery of the STEM education to fill in the shortage of the STEM teachers at each of the local schools. So that could be one of the revenue sources, but then this requires some kind of policy and institutional framework development, and that's the area that we are not able to work individually, and we need to work together to perform a collective power to negotiate with the government officials. And also procurement is another issue. We always face a difficulty in purchasing the electronic parts or materials or anything. So if there is a joint procurement framework, that will also benefit for each of the lab. And one more thing is that well, today, I mean, when we talk about the STEM education, in the Ministry of Education, only the Department of School Education has been attending this conference. But under the Ministry of Education, there are the Department of Youth and Sports, and also even under the Department of School Education, there is a division of the special education needs. So how are we able to invite those stakeholders into this framework? Okay, in our neighborhoods there are youth centers, and youth centers also have the PyTops, and also they have the 3D printers. So I'm looking at it as a kind of small fab lab in our neighborhood. So how to create that kind of synergy together with some kind of institutions under the Ministry of Education? That is the issue that we have to address. So currently we are discussing among the fab labs in our community, but sometimes we have to invite the youth centers as well to our community and discuss the framework for the joint procurement or other issues as well. So that's 3 points that I wanted to cover.
Our lab, we're also thinking about the same question, and what we think is that to have a lab, first of all, we need people who use the lab. So I know sustaining a lab is very hard, but in the long run, I'm very positive that we will definitely be able to sustain, because if it was not sustaining, there won't be more than 2,000 labs around the world. So definitely there's a positive end to this. So to sustain the lab, I think we need to engage our community, make our space more engaging and inviting to anyone who wants to use the space. And eventually those people who uses the space, they will come up with projects and research which will eventually benefit the lab and help us sustain the lab.
Yes, thank you. I think a lot of work needs to be done. But as Wangzo mentioned, engagement is a priority. And I think especially for the young minds, because as you expose them to these technologies early on, they will grow up to do remarkable things and hopefully put Bhutan on the technological map. Okay, so I think we're almost at the end of the panel. So I just want to ask one or two of you, whoever, where do you see the network in 5 years? Any volunteers?
Uh, sorry. So I hope that in 5 years, we play a very pivotal role in the future of our country. And I hope that in Bhutan, in 5 years, we have more labs to the east. And I know most of us are thinking the same thing here in the panel. So that's my hope for 5 years.
For me, I see it in two ways, like how we are holding up upon the community. So if one is a positive way, like if we are holding on with the community, then I think, as also mentioned, we will have a lot of labs and a lot of innovation will be happening. But as we all know, people leaving the country is one of the main challenges. So if the people are getting skilled in the country, and if they're living out of the country, then I think it will be a tough job for us to sustain as a community and to drive innovation in the country.
Well, thank you very much. Yes, definitely. If we look at the issues, there are plenty of issues we will see. However, on the positive aspect of the Fab Lab that we have, the so-called RC Fab Lab, there, yes, after the assistance from the Super Fab Lab here, then on my own initiative, and I would like to thank my director who was gracious enough to accept my proposal. So I collaborated with Turkish International Cooperation Agency. We managed to cooperate with them, and now we have around 14 3D printers in our lab. So that is one of the greatest achievements. Apart from that, we also have additional 3 laser cutters, which is worth around $50,000 USD, totally donated by Turkish International Cooperation Agency. Then vis-a-vis, recently we again collaborated with Korea-Bhutan Friendship Association, and then they again gave us another 4 3D printers. So in fact, now we are proud that I don't see anything slim for the Fab Lab that I have in my institute, and I'm positive because we are offering all the courses. We are also collaborating with all the international communities that I know with my level in the technical and vocational education system. So therefore, I see this as a prospect. And then one of the greatest achievement that we have is now we are also closely collaborating with our communities, especially with the local farmers, so that how can this Fab Lab benefit them? So we have one Sundays called Open House Day. And to do that, I'm also proud that RC Fab Lab has our operational guideline of Fab Lab is recently been endorsed by Minister of Industry, Commerce and Economic here. It has been endorsed, and now we have full functional endorsed guideline, and then we are confident enough that there will be no question of sustainability in our Fab Lab. I don't know about others. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. And maybe Koji-san and Kecho, you guys can chip in very briefly.
Thank you. For the CNR BioFab Lab, I can see CNR BioFab Lab as hub for research and innovation, mainly for biotechnology and digital fabrication. And I can even see like at least around 20 to 50 students graduating, doing both bioacademy and Fab Academy after 5 years. And I see my lab establishing strong ties with local industries, educational institutes, and research centers. Thank you.
Plus, well, answering your question, I would like to start with Professor Neil's word, who he referred to in the inauguration of the FAB Lab Bhutan in 2017. He said that FAB Labs are able to contribute to the gross local happiness, and we are very. When the GNH gross national happiness is very common word among all of us, but as a FAB Lab working for the development of the community, we have to work on the achievement of the gross local happiness. And well, of course, Super FAB Lab has a different role to play, but for other community labs, I mean, other FAB Labs, as a community lab, we are supposed to contribute to the achievement of the gross local happiness. And luckily, the Center for Bhutan Studies recently published the GNH index for the year 2022, and there are some Zongkak level, I mean the district level GNH index also there. So after 5 years, probably there will be the next GNH survey. And by the time which Zongkak will enhance the gross local happiness, that is the indicator that we would like to achieve, we would like to follow. And this session we have highlighted the collaboration, but this aspect is a competition among the community lab among ourselves. So by saying that, I would like to complete my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gochi-san. Thank you, Wangzom, Anit, Karmasa, Kencho. Thank you, all of you, for agreeing to be on this panel and contributing, I think, significantly to it. And thank you to the audience for attending. Hopefully, there was a lot of good takeaways. We covered a lot of topics. I think a lot of work has been done by the FAB community, but a lot more work needs to be put in. I planned for a Q&A, but I think we're out of time. So, but luckily, we have 3 more days to this conference, so you guys can come find us. We'll all be here around. Please engage with us, and we'll take questions, we'll take ideas, we'll take inputs, criticism, anything. All right, thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, all of our amazing panelists from all of the Bhutan Fab Labs. That was a fascinating and really interesting insight into the world of fabrication and its dimensions here in Bhutan. So now, very excited for this next talk. The title of this talk is Enhancing the FabLabs.io, a platform that connects and strengthens the community. The FabLabs.io platform aims to connect the Fab Labs community together with an emphasis on embracing diversity, collaborating for social good, equal access to resources, and equal opportunities for learning. Through continuous co-creation sessions with the community, they will discuss the challenges faced by new members and organizations in finding the information, support, and resources they need to create positive impacts. So our first panelist, I'd like to introduce Mrs. Sherry Lasseter, the President and CEO of FAB Foundation. Our next panelist is Mr. Jo-hee Liang, the CTO of SingEd Global House. Our next panelist is Ms. Mitali Parekh from Fab City Foundation as well as SingEd. And Mr. Azan Abu Bakar, also from SingEd Global House. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear? Can you hear? Yeah. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. This is less of a talk and more of a description and an announcement of what we're up to, right, with FabLabs.io. as you know, FabLabs.io was established by Thomas Diaz and FabLab EAC, or FabLab Barcelona, and many years ago. And it's been an incredible resource for people who want to find Fab Labs in the network, who want to find each other, as well as other ways to connect. And so just before the pandemic, we decided that we would try to see if we could make it an even more powerful platform for the network to help us connect. And so let's see. Sing Ed, Joe He, who is here representing Sing Ed, and the Singapore Polytech User Experience Center, together with us, has sort of supported, not sort of, but very much supported the effort to develop, to further develop FabLabs.io for the network. And so what we're here today, I think you've seen the past few days and in a few of the announcements, you've seen that there is a platform. We're asking you to download or download or go to the platform, register yourself, and experiment for us to figure out whether the user experience works for you or whether it doesn't work for you. We need your feedback and we need your help this week making some decisions about this. So let me show you this little video, because this is supposed to advertise what, hold on just a second. Can we get some audio? So thank you to the UX team for creating that very nice video. As you can see, there are going to be a lot of new features. This has been, quite a long process. It's been several years. We started it in the middle of COVID, which was probably not the smartest idea, but we did get started during COVID, and it's very much a co-creation with the community. We have run several, over time, we've run several community workshops, mostly online, but some in person, to redesign, to rethink and redesign how we connect. And so from November to October, we had, from November of 2021 to October of 2022, we had several workshops online and then one in person in Bali. And then in March and May, we did a couple of more that were really more about sort of about the user experience. And right now we're prototyping this first phase, and then the public beta will be available, we believe, in early 2024 for this first phase, and I'll explain a little bit about that. So when we did our first workshop in November of 21, we surfaced the fact that there were three things that the network wanted. There was a collaboration of social good, equal opportunities for learning, and equal access to resources. And those were kind of the three pillars that were identified by the community, and all of them were anchored in embracing diversity. And so, you know, the community was really interested in how we could create a strong network connector, or a stronger network connector for collaboration, education, and community. And so in our first workshops, we did one of these visioning exercises, and what you sort of see is a staircase of elements that we think are really important and foundational to the network and to connecting. And then beside each of those, these little sort of gray rockish areas, those are kind of pain points for the network. These are things that we are constantly, you know, pushing up against that aren't quite working, and we need to help each other and help ourselves in those ways. And the top is sort of where, kind of like our North Star. If you do design studios, et cetera, these are kind of like our strategies, our aspirations. And so, as you see, collaboration for social good, equal access to resources, and equal opportunity for learning were the three pillars that came up, really anchored in embracing diversity. Now, the FAB All-In group, which we didn't talk too much about yesterday, but it's really about inclusion, equity and inclusion. It's a community effort to make our labs more inclusive and equitable. They did a survey, I believe it was in 2021, 22, beautiful survey to really focus on what are the pain points in the network and how difficult are they to achieve. You know, I mean, what each lab assessed as being difficult or easy or whatever. And so they came up with, they had a very good response. I can't remember exactly how many, but it was, I think it was a few hundred responses from the network. And so the indicators that they determined through that survey were fair treatment in the lab, you know, with treating people with dignity and respect. Safety was a big factor that we have to think about. Inclusion of girls and women. I think the FAB charter, you know, keeping the FAB charter current, and really engaging all ages were indicators that people thought were very important in the network. And then these were sustaining the lab itself, the operational expenses, the human capacity, eco-friendly, you know, can we make positive impact in the environment rather than negative impact, and knowing how to launch a lab. That's, I mean, you know, it's a constant question that comes up. We don't have a perfect answer, and it's very customized, so that's a pain point as well. And then how do you do this in a developing economy or in a lower income community? How do you bring a Fab Lab into being? And other pain points were, you know, fostering this all-in inclusive environment, all ages, supply chains, as Neil and many talk about. You know, supply chains have been incredibly difficult, especially during the pandemic. And then, you know, entrepreneurship. How do we really help people? How do we help people realize that potential, right? Bring that idea into reality. And so this is just a quick look at their results. So sustainability was one of the things that was very, very important, the sustainability of the lab, and also very, very difficult to achieve, right? And on the sort of easier end of the scale, they felt that safety was a really important issue, but also not that hard to address. And the all ages idea was very important, but again, not that hard to address. So interestingly, you know, what we tried to do was to map our aspirations from our design studio to what their results were from their survey, and it was pretty nice, and the two exercises really came together quite nicely. So under embracing diversity, we have fair treatment, an all-in community, and girls and women. Those were the issues that surfaced, and we feel that we can address those through the FAB Charter, through entrepreneurship, through eco-friendly, you know, on the collaboration for social good side, on the equal opportunity side, you know, all ages already interested in the Fab Lab, all ages, people who are new, we want to include them, and then it's, of course, in launching a lab, how you launch that lab and how you embrace the community is incredibly important. And under the equal access to resources, you know, developing economy, lower income, you know, how do you do that in those environments, and how do you sustain your lab? And so it was very nice mapping. And these are just more quotes from the community, but it was very nice how the two exercises overlapped quite well. And so we feel pretty confident that the pillars of the community, that we really have now identified the pillars that the community wants. So that's collaboration for social good, equal opportunities for learning, and equal access to resources. And so making the connections so that the community members can learn from each other, supporting new members of the community. Sorry, I've got a little something going on here. Hold on just a second. Do you know how to? For some reason I can't. There we go. Thank you. All right. Anyway. Okay. So at the Bali Fab Fest, we really did do a deep dive into this, and we did a competition for the best ideas, you know, for making this more collaborative and really helping the community with those pain points, especially for new labs that are coming into the network. And just want to say how much we appreciated everybody's participation there, and it was a lot of fun. And so with that, I think I'd like to turn it over to Joe, so you can talk about the next part.
Hi, I'm Joe from SingEd. So we had a wonderful experience in Bali where a lot of people gave us feedback at the workshop. And what was very interesting was, is Bino here? Bino? Okay. Yes, Bino, yes. On the last day of the conference, having breakfast, on my way to the airport, I had breakfast at the hotel, and I got great advice from Bino, and I nearly missed my flight because he was so enthusiastic, telling us this is how you should do the prototype. And so I would say, Bino, hopefully all your great ideas are now here. I like to acknowledge that. Okay, no, sorry, go back. So one of the things that what we have done is how might we have asked a lot of these questions, and I think what was very good was the Fab All-In group was doing a project in a way in parallel, and like what Sherry mentioned, it matches. And we were very excited, and this effort is a co-creation effort. We didn't want it to be designed by a group of people in one corner. We want it to be co-created with the community. And so this is something that we did. Okay, next. Yeah. One of the things that we wanted to do is, as Fab Labs progresses, what we want to do is embrace or onboard more people to come on board. Not only just the techie, but the social evangelists, but make it very easy for people to discover the wonders or the power of the Fab Lab network. Yeah. So one of the things we want to do is allow them to discover. That means they can go around and explore, and in a way that is what Bino suggests that we do. Allow them to explore very easily, allow them to learn, but more importantly, allow them to connect. So this is the three things that we want to emphasize. Next. Yeah. So like what we mentioned, there are 3 pillars. So the prototype right now, because this, at the Bali conference, this was the biggest, in a way, bugbear of many people at the workshop told us, can you make onboarding for newbies easy, for new Fab Labs easy? Okay, so we focus a lot on this. And one of the things is, like I said, onboarding, managing, and sustaining a Fab Lab, how to support it, how to make them feel more connected to the Fab Lab so that they will come back. Yeah, and the whole idea is to create a local innovation community so that they can collaborate with one another locally and also globally connected. We hope to move to the next phase. Yeah, once we launch the prototype in January, in the next phase we'll be focusing on learning, because I think what we want to do is make sure that we can learn, engage our fabbers and excite them to learn, you know, to be a lifelong learner, and to, in a way, provide them access to all the wonderful programs, the Fab Academy Many kind of programs that's around in the Fab network. And I think one of the things that I think Neil is particularly interested in is how to showcase the talents in the Fab Lab community. Yeah, so this is the second pillar that we would like to focus. And then finally is to provide equal access to everybody. Yeah, even if you're at the most remote place, like Mongolia, like, you know, you will be able to have access to this Fab Lab. Next. So one of the things that what we wanted to do was provide a lot of information about people, about skills, about labs, about machines, about projects that exist within your community. So if you are in Brazil and in a town in Brazil, will you be able to find all this wonderful information? And will you be part of the Brazilian regional network? Yeah, all this information should be very easy for you to access. And the other thing is, what we want to do is we want to make sure that it's useful for you so that you will come back again. And that's how we're going to make it vibrant and, more importantly, showcase the contribution and the impact of our fabbers to the world. And this is something that we find to be very important. It has to be intuitive. That means you don't need to be very sophisticated internet users to use this fablabs.io. It must be very intuitive to everybody, whether you are a creator, you are an advocate, an innovator, a collaborator, or a newbie. Yeah. So this is the approach that we have taken. And really, I like to thank the Fab Lab community for giving us so much input. So with that, I pass it to Asna to walk through.
Thanks, Joe. So over the next maybe 12 minutes, Norella, if Mitalik and I can have 12 minutes, we'll take you through the key features of the platform that we have been working on. And largely, the features that we're talking about have come from a series of co-creation sessions, co-ideation sessions with a lot of the fabbers, either through online, like what Sherry had said, and as well as from Bali. So all the ideas that were submitted during the Bali challenge as well are coming out in this particular platform. Now, as we know, the most important feature of the current FabLabs.io platform has been reported to be the map. But what we want to do with the map this time round is a map that is highly interactive. So when you click on the map, you want to be able to see what's happening in a particular geography, in a particular location, beyond just where the labs are. We want to see where the action is. The action where we can see from projects, from discussions, from events. And when you click on or you mouse over a particular pinpoint, you should be able to see what's happening in that particular location. So the idea here is to make things a lot more visible so that you can also see who is doing what, where, and when, all right? So this is an example of a walkthrough of how the interactive map should be able to show these connections between people, labs, events, and discussion. Now, as you are also browsing through the platform,
you will now be able to see not only just Fab Labs, but also other organizations that are important in your network, other communities that are important in your network as well. So this can be done by browsing through a list of a directory of the different groups and entities that exist, but also it kind of like puts together into one location who are your key partners that are important to you. So the idea here is the community needs to be rich and vibrant because of the knowledge that we have about who's around us. Now, the key features of the of the platform can only be enjoyed fully once you create an account. So our recommendation to you is if you have gone on to the prototype, go ahead, create the account, because with the account creation, you'll be able to enjoy other key features of the platform. So account creation is quite similar to any account creation. We will require an email verification to make sure that you're not a bot, obviously, to be able to kind of like get the kind of data that's needed to personalize who you are on the platform. So password, your personal identity, and your country as well, because we want to know where people are. Of course, creating a personal branding is also very important. So making sure that you're the best profile pic available will also help you to enhance your standing in the network as well. Kidding. Okay, I'm going to pause a little bit over here. Now, right here in the account creation is where we're going to change things a little bit. We want everyone to declare what are their skill sets, what are the things that they are passionate about, because with these tags, we'll be able to curate and push the recommended information that is most relevant to you. So putting in things which are basically identifiers as to who you are will help us then, once you have created the account, to get recommendations that are most relevant to you. Ta-da! So this curation will come once your account is well developed and clearly articulated as well. So as you are browsing through the recommended list, you'll not be able to see what is interesting to you, but also maybe some of the people that may be helpful to you in your work as well. Okay, so the connection between people, labs, and communities and organizations is what we want to feature as an important part of the platform experience. So the idea here is if you are browsing through a map, you will be able to see what's happening where. You will be able to see who is working on the different projects that's available out there as well. You will also be able to see what's happening in terms of things that may be interesting to you. So reactions, pretty much like thumbs up, happy faces, are what we also want to record as well. And when you're looking at the people working on the projects, you'll also see that these are the moderators of labs or organizations that you may want to connect with on another level as well, all right? So the whole idea here is, whether is it your starting point is looking for a person, or a lab, or a project, you should be able to actually navigate across all of these other elements, all these other groups, to see how people are interconnected. And the idea here is as well, is that regardless of where you start, you should also know that the network is richer because of the information that is posted on the platform. So the post generation is also very, very important. So as you're creating the post, you'll be able to see what's happening where. You can also react to them as well. And so for those of you who are familiar with the architecture, this is the Holonic architecture that we have basically taken advantage of to see how we can make certain things very interconnected, very visible as well. Okay. Now, the information that's on the platform, that's only as important as what's posted on the platform. So here, when you are creating a post, you're basically generating content. So the idea here is the incentive for everyone in the community is to be able to share what you are doing, what resources that you have that you may want to be able to collaborate on, or what are the things that you want to seek in terms of additional expertise. So the leveling ground in this case is the platform. So the idea here is that you shouldn't be limited by not knowing who and where and what. All right? So the key feature of this is, if you have an event, you should be able to also get people excited about those events. So it doesn't have to be things coming in disparate platforms. The reaction that you generate out of it will also indicate the amount of engagement that you have within the community as well. Okay, so as we are also adding on to the discussion, what's going to happen here is that you'll be able to see which of the projects that may also be projects that require additional resources. So the request function on the platform is a wonderful avenue for you to be able to say, look, I need support in this. Is anyone around me that can help me with this? So in this ice cream making exercise, I think this would be a wonderful solution and suggestion. So I'm going to pass the time to Mitali now to take us through the final end of the platform.
Thanks, Susan. Okay, so another way of engaging with the platform is by listing a resource. So resources beyond machines. Hold on, sorry, hold on. Is another way of engaging with the platform and the community is by listing resource. Like this doesn't need to be just a machine unless it's like open and accessible for collaboration, but then also specialized tools you've been working on or have spaces that are open and available, or even materials or specific knowledge resources that you want to share. So through the co-creation and through the last year of working with the community, there have been a lot of pain points and a lot of struggles in getting a lab on the platform. So this is one of the ways to create a new lab. As you can see, it is so creating a lab or creating an organization and a community. So it's possible to do all of them in a similar fashion with changes in accessibility and visibility. And then when you create a lab, the first step is a self-verification process, a trust-based system to see if you're aligned with the FAB ideology, the charter, and various other factors. A similar way of creating a new lab, like creating a new user, you put in your name, location, specify the kind of Fab Lab, logos, pictures, descriptions. A custom URL. And I want to focus here a little on now this is an enhanced feature where we also list the different capabilities and tools within the Fab Lab as well, so people can connect you through these. As you might see, as Aznan mentioned, this is based on the Holonic architecture. You might recognize some high-low influence, a lot of high-low influence, of course. And then you can add moderators, your colleagues to the same group, other members as well. Now, so using this lab creation process, we've also been working on a proposal to work on the challenges that people have been facing with the lab approval process. So we've been working with a way of decentralizing this process using the power of the community. So we actually invite all members, especially who have previously opened a lab or in the future are going to open a lab, to join our workshop today afternoon at 3 p.m., where we're going to talk about how different kind of engagements, participation, and contribution to the network can be captured on the platform and how we can integrate that within a lab verification process to potentially decentralize it. Also, all of these features that we saw here today we'll have another workshop tomorrow, Thursday, at the Tibetan Wolf at 3 p.m., where each of the features will be followed by a feedback session to again test it out, iterate for the next stage. And then as Sherry and Joe mentioned previously, we'll be entering a stage development process throughout the rest of the year to integrate all the feedback we collect here in Bhutan and work together with everyone to get to the next iteration of this. I think that's it from fablabs.io, unless Sherry, you want to add something? Yeah.
So just as a reminder again, join us today at 3 o'clock, where we talk about how we're going to move towards a decentralized version of lab verification, lab validation as well, to really get over the problem about the challenges of actually getting a new lab set up and validated as well. So that's happening at 3 p.m. in the Yak room, which is basically that nice tall building over there. And then tomorrow at 3 p.m. as well, we'll get together to talk about the key features of the platform so we can see how else we can actually make the necessary improvements about the platform. So thank you very much for all of you. Oh, Niels got a question or a comment. Okay, so the feedback is this looks great, but January seems too far away. Can we do something about it to make it sooner?
We'll try, yeah. Yeah, I think Neil is always in a rush, yeah. Yes, the key thing is that we do want to get feedback, the last feedback, before we do the heavy programming. In fact, most of the functionality is there already. We just want to make sure we tested it and all that. But there's also, we also want people to experience it. So, you know, even after the conference, please continue. By the way, if you come for the workshop, there is always this little cute little button at the bottom where you can give us feedback, yeah, more feedback. So please go to the QR code and visit our website and go through this whole experience. This is a community for fabbers. So we really want to get feedbacks from the techie people, but also all the way from students. And if you know, I'm seeing a lot of students here. Please give us feedback, because you are going to be the future fabbers too. Yeah, and I must also thank Thomas Diaz for setting up the original FabLabs.io. Yeah, Thomas Diaz. Yeah. So any more questions? Yeah. Yeah, come to the workshop. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, thank you, everyone. Let's have one more round of applause for that amazing presentation. What a powerful platform that I think is going to really supercharge the whole Fab Foundation network. Okay, so next we're just going to have a few announcements going forward regarding Wednesday and the next few events and everything. So the schedule for the day, from 3 p.m. to 7 p.m. today, we have about 20 activities in the afternoon. There are 4 talks here at the Dragon Auditorium, and the live stream sessions start from 4 p.m. today. There will also be 15 workshops happening all across the different rooms that we have here on the campus. There is a curated workshops based on the pillars of innovation, sustainability, and community. So I'd request you to scan the QR code if you guys are interested in learning more about these curated workshops. I'll hold it up for another 1, 2, 3, and we go. Yep. And oh yeah, the curated workshop based on pillars: technology, economic opportunity, and youth and education, and Fab City. Okay, now we have some announcements specific to the Fab Academy. There is currently the Textile Tales Fab Academy graduate show that is ongoing at the RTA, which is located very right in the center of Thimphu town. It's happening at the Royal Textile Academy Museum, and it had started on the 27th and it is still ongoing. It should be going on till about the 30th of July. So if you are in town and have time, we strongly suggest you go and check it out. It's really amazing. Another thing that we'd like to announce from Fab Academy is that there is the FFF scholarships, and it is dedicated to applicants in the field of interactive costume design, performative arts, human interaction, and e-textiles. So please apply now because the deadline for application is before July 30th. So actually, a lot of you will still be in Bhutan when you're applying. So please go to apply.textileacademy.org to apply to it, and we encourage you all to apply to this amazing opportunity. And finally, not finally, but another important thing is we would really request all of our amazing fabbers here during all of the leads as well as the participants in the fab workshops to please try to keep the space clean. After you use this space, please put the furniture back and don't leave any food items around. It's a lot of very important, expensive, and valuable equipment around, so please let's not have our liquids and food around them. So let's try to keep the spaces clean. Thank you so much. Another one is that there are transportation shuttles, and we've been running them from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. from the clock tower, and from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m. from here, JNW SFL. And generally, it takes between 15 to 25 minutes. But as soon as the bus fills, we send the bus going. So keep your eyes out for the front of JNW SFL and the clock tower as the two kind of landmarks to go to. Next, we're going to have a Zoom kind of call from our Mr. Adam Stone, an expert in network visualizations. So I'll just request.
Hold a second, Adam. We still cannot hear you. Audio? Audio check, Adam? Keep talking. Yes, just explain how is the city and all this while we set up the audio. No, no. Ya, pero no vamos a poder figurar. ¿Quién es el next one? Okay, we'll hold Adam for now. Keep connected. So we are going to Tomas. He has another announcement.
All right. So actually, while we sort out those technical difficulties, we have the opportunity of having an in-house talk from Mr. Thomas Diaz and and Ginger from Fab City. From Fab Lab Bali, as well as Fab City.
Thank you very much. Hello, everyone. I'm here with one of my 3 different hats or more. One of the team members of FAB Lab Bali, together with Ginger Sen and with more people that you will see in a bit. I believe that we believe that it was very important to introduce this initiative because it's the result of the massive effort that we did all together last year in Bali to run this conference in a very short period of time and breaking some records actually. So the result of the FAB Lab conferences in the past, this has been said many times, is landing on uncharted territory and start the FAB Lab movement there, no? And it's something that somehow, after 20 years of starting FAB Labs, happened somehow in Bali and also in Indonesia, thanks to the Bali Fab Fest. So FAB Lab Bali, which is now finally fully established and registered in FAB Labs.io, is aimed to become an innovation lab that being part, of course, of the FAB Lab community, also being one of the drivers of a local Fab Island program that we will see in a bit as well, and that is trying to help to boost the regenerative economy agenda in Bali, one island that has a lot of pressure from the touristic industry and also the extractive economy. So this is an initiative that has been possible mainly, again, by all of these partners, Meaningful Design Group, Jim Barang Hijau, CAS Foundation, FAB City, and also the FAB Foundation. So I'm here representing, as a co-founder of the Meaningful Design Group, representing also my other partners, which some of you met in Bali, Ilham, Saleha, and Agung. They have been quite big drivers of innovation both in Bali and Indonesia. And it has been like a really, really beautiful way to join forces. Also with an amazing team, including Ginger Sen, Eka Prawira, Elaine Regina, Lukman Rizkika, Tafia Sibila, and Vini, who you also met in Bali. So as I said before, our journey started actually when we set up Meaningful Design Group in 2021. If some of you remember, last year, this conference was supposed to be happening last year, and we identified an opportunity. Basically, the Bhutan team needed more time to prepare, and we were landing in Bali, and we say, okay, let's use this opportunity to start the FAB movement in Bali and Indonesia because the conditions were given, and that's where Bali Fab Fest happened. No? The other thing that was super important during that event is the launching of the FAB Island Challenge, which was the first time in which we landed in a territory as a FAB community, and we didn't stay only in the context of our labs and also the conference rooms, but we started to go outside the country and outside the communities and connected with the local communities to solve local challenges. We are seeing today in this event also the impact of the FAB Bhutan Challenge. Some of you, I'm sure that you saw yesterday the amazing paper presented by Milan on the economic impact of the FAB Challenge. And we're willing to work more in depth on keeping doing these challenges in the further events, but also start to understand much better the impact of what we're doing. During the FAB Fest also, Bali joined the FAB City Network. And now we're also working with the local government on trying to make it a reality, which is always very, very difficult. But then afterwards, we kept doing a few events and a few activities. We continued working with Foldscope, which was one of the participants on the FAB Challenge, led by Manu Prakash. So we keep working with local initiatives in the context of the Ocean 20, of the G20 meeting. We are working now, and Jinder is going to talk about a little bit more with local youth on the ongoing FAB Challenge, FAB Island Challenge. We keep doing, we get a support from the Open Source Hardware Association to do more for workshops with Foldscope. We have participated in the Digital Festival in Bali, and finally we're here saying hello world to the network, and also bringing the importance of doing these events to start something and not to just live to the next event without leaving a legacy behind. So the FAB Lab Bali is an initiative that is mainly driven by the Meaningful Design Agenda and the Meaningful Design Group. I also presented a paper in the conference proceedings, and you will see when the papers are published. But it's trying to bring a new approach to design that considers context, that considers also other values that sometimes are less easy to measure. And I can say that it's pretty much inspired by the Trihita Karana. I don't know if you remember what is the Trihita Karana philosophy of the Balinese culture, which is basically the balance between three things, or being in balance with yourself, with the spiritual self, with your community, with other people, and also with the environment, right? So it's meaningful that, basically that's the main drivers of the Meaningful Design Group. So now I pass it to Ginger to continue talking about how we land from Meaningful Design to FAB Lab Bali.
Thank you, Thomas. And hi, everybody. My name is Ginger. I'm from America, China. I was born in China and then got my education as mechanical engineering in the US. My background is a lot in entrepreneurship, manufacturing. I had my own robotics startup for several years and ran that, and then managed like a global drone developer community. So actually, last year in the FAB, in the Bali FAB Fest, it was the first time when I attended a FAB conference and just totally fell in love with the energy of the community, as well as, from all the, I actually kind of just dropped into one of the challenge and end up like working with some of the challenge with the challengers, and then the rest is kind of like a history. I'm a little bit still in the moment here to introduce Fab Lab Bali, and the really I think what we are trying to say here is that the conference itself is really kind of like a critical mass point, for a lot of the innovators, come around. But really what we're trying to do with also Fab Lab Bali is that energy that we captured from the conference, how are we sustainably keeping it ongoing? So in guidance of like the meaningful design group and all the learnings, from Thomas, from all the Fab conference, we really is still very similar to what a lot of other Fab Labs are trying to do in terms of building an experimental playground for entrepreneurs, innovators, to foster that kind of innovation community in Bali, in Indonesia, bring all of that. And Fab Lab Bali is not only like a facilitator, but also a community builder, a community evangelizer, technology evangelizer. We have an amazing site, which if you were at the Bali Fab Fest last year, you experienced. We continue to use that site to provide more community workshops and a place for people to really come together. We already have an amazing network from the Fab Fest last year's, and then we'll keep continuing on in building those relationships, not only with the local government, that's very important, but with a lot of international collaborators, such as Seed Studio, Hackster, actually, like that's my day job, and the all of the other collaborators that we already gathered like through the Fab Fest, and we just continue those relationships. So a couple of programs, although we actually just started, really, I think this year, like in around March, because after the Fab Fest, like everybody also needed a break. Most of our founding team member and actually end up moving from Jakarta to Bali, and now looking into this kind of like new chapter in their life. So a couple, but the thing is, I think building up like a new lab, we have lots of ideas, but we really focused and concentrated on a couple of things that we think is going to bring us the most success in the first year. So the first one being education. We're working with the local government on one of their scholarship program. So in Bali, they are actually building 3 science tech park, across Sumatra, Java, and Bali. And so the government actually has funded this 100 students, and selected them from all over Indonesia, the top talent ones, and trying to train them in this kind of bootcamp style, and then end up sending them overseas to get education and get fully like 4-year scholarship. So we actually handhold those students in terms of giving them the project-based kind of learning. They kind of learn the mini Fab Island Challenge in terms of tying social innovation, tying technology, tying all these things together, along with us. And then we're also we're one of the node for the Mastering Design for Distributed Innovation that's going to launch this October. And then very excitingly, in August, right after the Bhutan Challenge, we're having what we call an innovation sprint. So Caesar, who was one of the Fab Island Challenge from last year, after the festival is done, this year is coming back to continue on that research. There's new concept. There's like more community engagement we want to test out with like a co-creation, and our lab is going to be facilitating to ensure his research is successful, and also that that kind of like local support. So we very much, and also for some of the future programs we're looking at is like Fab Academy, the Fabric Academy, and the Bio Academy. Many of our own internal team members are very interested in all of these topics, and this is actually batik from Indonesia. There's lots of cultural preservation and just design elements all connected to that kind of arts and culture things as well. So we're actually having another innovation community meetup that's happening in August. We already invited some of our international colleagues, including like Eric and Cesar. They're all going to be joining this this like our month-long innovation sprint to develop a solar hydrogen floating platform that's gonna generate electricity, you know, like for the local crop farmers, and we're very much excited for that kind of continuation of just innovation integration into the community itself. So thank you so much for giving us the time to introduce the Fab Lab body. And please follow us on Instagram. And we're looking forward for more people to come collaborate with us. We're very open and very, our team is very creative. So yeah, if you have any thoughts, you know, or ideas or proposals, please come find me and Thomas. Thank you.
Thank you. So, yeah. Let me load the moment. We are all waiting is about to happen. Is the Faber size of the, let me load this. Faber size.
Almost time for Faber size.
No. The computer. Faber size. No. Faber size. No. No. Okay. Everybody from the FAB Foundation, FAB City Foundation, CBA, FAB Academy, and every international organizer of this event, please come to the stage. So let's leave this. Let's leave this side of the stage clear. So let's all together, like on one side on the other. So we leave the screen clear for all the people to watch. So if you ask an Italian, what is the worst possible blasphemy they can do to their culture, they will tell you it is adding pineapple to a pizza. Okay? So my son, who is 15, he showed me this game called Pineapple on Pizza. He told me, son, Dad, can you give me feedback about this game? And I told him, you know, the game is awful, but the dance moves that are inside, these I know where I can use them. So, from the FAB Foundation, the FAB City Foundation, the CBA, FAB Academy, all international organizers, to all you freaks like us, let's celebrate the freakness of the pineapple on pizza dance moves. Stand up, please, and let's get ready. Ready, go. So, this is Norella. When you ask her, where is my workshop room? She will do like this. Get ready. There, everywhere. Okay, get ready for the second move. Okay, this is when a local tells you that something is a little bit spicy. This is what will happen to you. Oh! Never trust a local when they tell you something is a little bit spicy. Okay, let's move. Can I have the Wi-Fi password? This is me. When you ask me this, what is what I do? I run away from you, so get ready. I never tell you the Wi-Fi password. No need to ask me. Okay. This is Chuchit, I don't know if he's here. Last day explaining what is FAB in a box. So it comes something like this. couple of dabs now. Okay. Oh, the weaving challenge. All the people who have been here doing all this work during these days, they got like a nice move that they never left. And finally, oh no, this is the archers. They tell you point to the target. Because it's 140 meters away. Try to aim. This you can do inside, but if you can move, it will be better. This is the trekking to tiger nest. Bend your knees a little bit. You have to be pushing the one in front of you because they cannot move. That was it. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yeah, we are gonna break till 12:30.
Can you say happy birthday, Nirpa?
Huh?
Is it possible to say happy birthday, Nirpa?
Oh, before you leave, there is one special person here who is 27 making Nirpa. Happy birthday to you, Nirpa!
Test, 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 test. Test.
check. Could Jonathan Legguard please come to the main tent, main stage? Jonathan Legguard. Jonathan Legguard. Kartik, what is your last name? Can you help me pronounce?
everyone. If you want to stay for the symposium, it's about to start in another 2 minutes. So I'm encouraging everyone to come inside the tent. If you can hear this, the symposium is going to start in another minute. So please get your seats in, get seated. Another minute. I encourage everyone to find your seats. The symposium will be beginning in about a minute's time. Thank you guys. Come on in, get a seat. The symposium will be beginning in a minute's time. Start very soon. All right, guys, good afternoon. It is 12:31, and we are now going to start our next really interesting symposium. It is one based on innovation, sustainability, and community symposium. It is led by and moderated by Rico Kantatam, and I will have him introduce everyone else.
That was actually pretty close. Thank you for the introduction. Hi, once again, I'm Rico Kantatam. I run a small fab lab in Kamakura, Japan called Skylab Workshop, focused on STEAM learning for kids. And it is also an experiment in an independent, self-sustainable community space for creators. Anyway, today promises to be an amazing panel. You are in for a show. On stage are 5 people who walk the walk, not just talk the talk. They have very strong opinions about the very broad topics on the screen today. And the discussion, I'm sure, will be very lively. And I do encourage, we will make it possible for all of you to ask questions. Maybe we should make a microphone available somewhere over there so that you raise your hand later when question and answer time. We'll get a microphone to you and we'll make sure your questions are heard. All right, just as a brief introduction to this panel, we do live in amazing times. We have powerful, exciting, accessible technology, the internet, quantum computers, ChatGPT, blockchain, et al. We also live in troubled times as human beings continue to be human beings, and we suffer mass shootings, poverty, wealth disparity, global warming, etc. So these broad topics of innovation, sustainability, and community is not something, it needs definition, right? It cannot be simply said, it must be defined. And today we're going to aim to do exactly that, trying to apply the best of what we're capable of dreaming, inventing, and realizing to build a possible future that is good for all of us, including other species and the planet overall. I mean, the application of technology itself, technology is a double-edged sword. I mean, we've seen it do good things, we've seen it do bad things. I would like to pose to the panel today the consideration that how can technology be applied in the context of this beautiful country and the philosophy of gross national happiness as well. With that, I would like to call Marlene Stricker to the stage to present her slides.
Yes, it works. Well, thank you for inviting me, and I'm very honored to be here on stage with this incredible community of fabbers. I just realized we all are fabbers. I'm from WAG Future Lab, and we are in existence since 1994. We have a WAG research department. We have a big public program with events, and of course we have the WAG Academy. We're looking into artistic research. We're interested in developing and co-creating and experimenting with new technologies. We also really feel that we are obliged to work for an open, fair, and inclusive society. Just to mention, we have the 3 academies. So we have a FAB lab, a textile lab, and a wet lab. The FAB Academy is Heik, who's somewhere soldering somewhere here. Cecilia, who's running our FAB Academy. And then we have Cas, who is running the Biohack Academy. So you can maybe learn more about that later. I want to talk with you about the public values that are underneath the surface of the digital domain. I think we all recognize that we are here at the moment. We are in a tech world where most of the technology that we use are closed or black boxed. We're vendor locked in. Big tech is in control. There's a lot of extraction of value. Surveillance capitalism has been coined by Susanne Zuboff. Human values and democracy are at stake. So actually our position is not so good, we could mention. Where do we want to go? Where could our actions be challenged to? We want to go to a free and open and public society, free and open and public technologies. Interoperable, of course, society in control, regenerative instead of extractive. We want data minimalization in the sense that the data is not in the hands of the wrong parties. So data commons or a way to govern data instead of just losing it to big tech. We want to be fair and sustainable. And I think we need also an idea of what kind of economy is underneath the surface of technology. Because it's not just technology that we have to discuss. We also have to understand the business models underneath it. We have to understand how big tech makes their money and how we are sort of trapped in that situation. And I want to refer to Kate Wayworth with her donut economics. I think she made a very, very good assessment on both the planetary boundaries, which are really the boundaries that we need to have a safe planet and a humanity that can survive on the planet. And we're already feeling that it's going really bad this year. We see how in whole Europe people are dying because of the heat. In other countries there's floods and so on. So the planetary boundaries, the ecological ceiling, we really have to take into account. But at the same time, we have to take the social foundation, social justice, as the other circle that we have to take into account. So she describes an economy which is not a GDP-led economy. And that's why it's so interesting to be here in Bhutan with this Gross National Happiness Index, because it's definitely a different way of thinking about what the economy is about. She describes this safe and just space for humanity within the planetary boundaries and within the social justice. So from the WAG, we realized that we have to make this discussion about that technology is not neutral. That technology is not just by itself. So we have to think about our strategies and how we can do a public stack, public values in this digital domain. And we recognize that a lot of people only see the surface. Most people just see the app. They don't understand how the app store works. They don't understand what's happening underneath the telephone. They don't understand how the internet is working underneath the surface. So the technology stack is not something that just occurs. It's been designed. There are a lot of people working and making the technology. So I want to step underneath that is the design process. There's a foundation. And by making these explicit, we have another opportunity to talk with governments, with companies, with social movements. Now, first of all, worldview assumptions is one of the basic questions. Where are we optimizing for? Who is benefiting from what we're doing? Who defines what we're optimizing for? Who pays for it? And the one who has the capital defines our future. Is it the society that can define what our future is, or are it the stakeholders, the shareholders, which will define, as we experience now with AI, for example. It's actually the business model behind AI that's now driving our communication and the way that we talk about AI. The second one, do we take fundamental rights into the design process? human rights, but also at the core of a design process, which means that you're not taking away data from people, but you have the respect for privacy and so on. But also, is social justice part of it? For example, many of the technologies that we use, also here at the Fab Labs, have conflict minerals in it. Telephone is full of minerals that are being taken away from countries, and they're not paid well for it. The working conditions are really terrible. Are we taking into account all the technologies that we use and the way they have effect on societies? And thirdly, social economic models. The idea, I think we can move it towards the idea of the commons. I think this is something which is definitely underneath the principle of fabbing, sharing your outcomes, sharing your ideas, sharing the designs, sharing the code. But at the moment, AI is now eating everything of us. So I think the whole development of AI is actually quite stressful for our type of thinking about how we want to share data. And the last one is the governance and democracy. Is it transparent? Is it accountable? Is there agency for people? So there's a design process to make it happen. It has to be much more inclusive and participatory. And I think many of us are involved in community-based design and involving communities to be part of this movement. And there are a lot of different ways of thinking where they could step in. And I like to call it the key enabling methodologies. So you have the key enabling technologies, you have the societal challenges, and in between we have to come from one to the other, which is the methodology. And there are a lot of ways to do it, and I think all of us have different ways to understand how to make participative design. We created the co-creation navigator to navigate how to work with groups. So it can be a tool, and I think there are many tools. Maybe it's very good for us to share the tools that we all develop, how to engage and how to bring people in the fields and make them part of this movement. Lastly, I'm not going to go into the technical stack, but it's clear that this kind of design process has to have influence on all the layers of the technology, not just the application layer or the data layer. It's also in the firmware, it's also in the operating systems. I think we are almost there that we can make like a full stack which is based on public values or open and transparent. But I'm not sure because a lot of parts in the development of hardware, for example, are not open yet. We developed the Fairphone. This has been a research for the Waag to make a Fairphone which addresses many of these issues. Operating system which is open, hardware that can be transparent, you can repair it, and the working conditions on which the Fairphone is being made is also taken into account. So we see that it's possible more and more. We have more and more alternatives to the big tech. We have Nextcloud instead of Google Cloud. We have Signal instead of WhatsApp. So I think we can make this move, but it makes also us being responsible to make that move because we are the ones that are more aware of it. And lastly, I think for us to have a safe and just digital future, we really have to be aware that our longing for technology also has an enormous ecological footprint. So it's not just technology that will save us. Sometimes we have to maybe decide to do something without technology because the technology in itself has a digital footprint which is not always helping us for a sustainable future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, some powerful thoughts for you all to mull over. Hopefully you're developing some questions as well. I'd like to call up next to present Mr. Kartik Parashuram.
Thanks, Rico. My name is Karthik. I represent Superfab Lab Kerala, which comes under this entity called Kerala Startup Mission. It's the state government's nodal agency for promoting technology-driven entrepreneurship. So, quick intro about myself. In addition to Fab Labs, I also happen to take care of incubation programs for startups, some early stage financing, as well as venture capital investments. So, yeah, so this is, a bit of Kerala for you. So, trick question. So, out of these two pictures that you see, one of them is Kerala and the other one is Bhutan. And for the likes of people who haven't been to, either of these places, I kind of assume that, it's a little hard to make which is which. So on the left-hand side, just near the map, what you see is Bhutan, a valley in Bhutan, and on the right-hand side, what you see is a valley in Kerala. So the point that I'm trying to make is there are a lot of blessings that we share and concomitant challenges, that we share. So, just another statistic that I shared with Professor Gershenfeld a couple of days back, it's 1.3% of the land area of India, housing around 3.5% of its populace, and home to around 8,000 odd libraries. And because of, so I'm going to talk more about in terms of, how our experience in terms of trying to build this innovation ecosystem with, the Fab Labs as a pivot, how that could very closely related to, what is being attempted now in Bhutan. So Kerala has these verdant beaches, great hillsides, where a lot of cash crops are grown, and, wetlands and farmlands, which those are in the plains, in the middle. So that leaves around, 1/3 of the state for people to live, to cultivate food, to move about, and, do business. And because there were progressive investments that were made in education and healthcare, so we ended up producing a lot of good people who went on to form diaspora populations, and they were sending back money as remittances, which eventually led to the Kerala model of development, which is sometimes used a little mockingly, I must admit that, of very high social development, but suboptimal economic or industrial development. So, but we were very clear that this model is not sustainable. People will have to eventually come back, or there will have to be better opportunities created for people in the state, so that young people have some incentive to stay back, work, and be prosperous. So eventually what happened is we kind of understood that it's knowledge intensive sectors or industries like IT, biotech. So those are the sectors where we could thrive, where we could sort of negate some of the disadvantages that came by way of our unique geographical location. And like I mentioned, great investments into primary education and into reading rooms, and which eventually became centers of ancillary learning, discussion, and co-creation. And so we decided to invest on the IT software or services bit. And as we did that 30 years back, so Kerala was the first state to have its own IT park, which is a place where you house a lot of IT companies. As we did that, it was very clear that if you have to have more value creation, the hardware ecosystem needs to develop, thereby pushing the boundaries of the software even more. And to do that, but there is this stereotype in parenting, especially in India, that you get a new gadget in your home. The first thing a parent is going to tell you is don't let the kids touch that. Don't let the kids play with it. So and that in many ways stifles innovation. I mean, where do the kids go? Where do young people go to figure out how these things work? They have to the touch and feel of it. Even if it breaks, how do you debug it? So there was no experiential center that people could go to and start to play. So our thesis was that, just a second, I think there is a payment. There is yeah. So eventually we came to this point where we identified this continuum of tinkerer, maker, and innovator. So you let the kids tinker, or young people tinker, and they're initially going to make stuff. First, they're going to understand how these things work, and then probably they're going to make stuff for their own consumption, and probably for consumption with their friends or family. But with the right interventions, we will get to a point where some of these young people will actually find that unique problem statement or a solution which will address the needs of a substantial portion of the population, and that with the innovator at the center of that leads to a successful venture. So that's the thesis, that we work with. So initially we understood the need for this. We set up out 2 mini labs in 2 major cities in the state, and then we also understood the need to gradually scale this. And as we did that, with a lot of support from the MIT, and we tried doing that in technical institutions, and so this is more like the first Fab Academy graduating, the initial bunch of people coming into these spaces, and eventually Professor Gershenfeld himself coming down and launching the lab. So so we got to the point where we identified the need for a super lab, and this is the reason sort of. So if you were to look at it, so we started out with this policy change in 2014. 2015 is when we set up the 2 maker spaces, and then over 17 and 18 we went about trying to roll out these mini labs. And as you can see, the orange line is basically the cost of a maker space. It traces the cost, and the blue line is the cumulative, the number of spaces, and the blue line is the cost. So as you can see, it was fairly linear, and which also meant that it wasn't a really scalable effort, which led to our decision to invest in a super lab. And with the right machines that make projects, the MTM projects that we would do, the kind of projects that we discussed yesterday, things like Fab in a Box, or projects like that. So our eventual aim is to reduce this cost of having future maker spaces by, if possible, orders of magnitude, so that it is indeed scalable, and we eventually get to a point where like I mentioned in one of my previous slides, maker spaces are as affordable and ubiquitous as libraries or reading rooms in the state, where people can come in, they can discuss, they can build, fabricate, innovate eventually. So and I also want to sort of explain some of the spillover benefits, or the other elements of our impact with the super lab. So with the super lab was launched in Feb of 2020, and the first thing that we were called upon was to actually respond to COVID. So there is Yadu somewhere in the audience. That is him trying to get a machine that was making paracetamol pills repaired. So one of the spares had failed. One of the parts had failed. The spare was stuck in the port in Bombay. It wouldn't come to Kochi, because of all the lockdown. And so we kind of did some reverse engineering and fabricated a part so that this machine could run at around 60% of the capacity. And that 60% was very, very critical. When all the supply chains were broken, there was very short supply of medicines. And then we tried building a ventilator, and we also, ended up using the Zund to actually, help out a lot of PPE makers to, make PPEs. And because of this early association with, the healthcare industry, we also got a lot of, inward inquiries from clinicians and surgeons. And this is a picture of a patient who had oral cancer, who had to undergo a jaw replacement surgery. And because we were able to build 3D models, help identify missing bone fragments, they were able to save a single surgical procedure, out of 3 or 4 that were eventually required. So, and again, we could contribute to the space program when, again, there were supply chain disruptions. And in terms of, the first thing that was asked of us, to support startups and ventures in the state. So our very recent success has been this company that has come up with this product called PlacerBot. It's actually a desktop size pick and place, and that works on the open PNP standard. And what they've been doing is, instead of the large pick and place or the SMT line machines, they've used machine vision to actually reduce the cost and improve the accuracy. So that's one very recent success that we've had out of the support system in the Fab Lab. Likewise, people developing underwater rovers and stuff like that. And even MSMEs, we were able to build custom CNC machines to help people who are in the insulation business. And we also had our own, internal projects. So Georgian and Yadu, they are going to be doing, a workshop from 3 o'clock on sustainable furniture making with cardboard, a lot of in-house designs that we've done. We got inspired by Theo Jansen, and we built a crawler out of cardboard again using the Zund. Then, last year we came up with a desktop-sized PCB mill called Pico, and we occasionally also keep doing a lot of these wacky machine designs. And so the whole point that we are trying to do over here is build this community of young people, even kids, women, and generally anybody who wants to take up fabrication seriously, come into the system, understand it, experience these machines and these technologies, and eventually democratize it. And so again, a lot of community support and a lot of federal government support in the form of the Atal Tinkering Labs rolled out in schools. And yeah, that's the long and short of what we intend to achieve.
Thank you, Kartik. That was also very inspiring, all the great work you're doing. So next up to the stage, Jonathan Lejard. Hope I got that right.
Kartik, that was amazing. Eh? Really, really super impressed. Rico, as Neil knows, and he's similar personality, I can go on forever. So I have 5 minutes. At 5 minutes, you cut me off mid-sentence. No worries, because I want us to have our conversation. So a tiny bit about myself. I'm slightly eclectic. I'm a novelist. I'm a technologist. I'm a futurist. Manin, you had on your methodology there, number one was like vision and imagination. So I'm definitely in the 0 to 1 space. I am based in Africa, and in my previous life, I was a senior foreign correspondent and a war correspondent for the Economist magazine or newspaper. My life changed in around 2004 when I got made the Africa correspondent of the Economist. And very briefly at that time was the time when mobile phones were coming into Africa. And I found myself getting into really big fights with development community who were arguing, and it's crazy to say this now, but as late as 2008, the Dutch Development Agency and the German Development Agency were seriously arguing that mobile phones were unrealistic for Africans. They were never ever going to be bought by Africans at scale, and those networks would fail. And we could see that actually if you had a network, which is relevant to the Fab Labs, a network which could have recurring value, then those networks can self-repair. So I quit The Economist and I went and became a director at the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, the French one, EPFL. And I ran a futurist group there. And one project that we got going and invented was the idea of delivery of medicine and bloods by drone. And we introduced that into Africa. I still think it's incredibly relevant for here in Bhutan. I think it's amazing to me that the Bhutanese health ministry hasn't got this up and running. I'd love to chat to them about that. So we introduced that into Rwanda. Now in Rwanda, in Ghana, and several other countries in Africa, over 70% of the blood in the country is delivered by drone, which is kind of incredible, right? I mean, and transformative in terms of saving lives and so on. I want to make a very, very simple point here. I spend my time moving between the kind of frontline technology and the frontline humanitarian space. This is a picture I took recently in South Sudan. These girls had not had a meal in 4 days. The Nile had flooded to an area about 3 times the size of Belgium. So 1 million people there are have lost their homes. They've lost everything. And I doubt that many of you actually even read any stories about this disaster because it's very difficult for journalists to access it. So I want to put this into context of where we're heading in the next 10 to 20 years. We're going to see climate change insecurity, political insecurity, populism, and so whatever the Fab Lab movement is bringing to the table has to be within the context that is dealing with the realities of this front line, and I think that's possible. I want to talk a little bit about the project that we're running right now because I think the Fab Lab movement can feed into this. Essentially, we've got an issue on the planet where non-human life forms find it very hard to represent their financial value. The only value that an animal has or a tree has is in their dead state as a product. And we know very well that the pressure of population growth and extraction of animals and trees, plants, insects on the front line is a really difficult issue over the next years. So we've been thinking about this very high-level question, really from an artificial intelligence point of view, but it does get into the IoT stuff, which is how is it possible computationally to represent another life form? How does another life form exist in our computing networks? And this existential risk question that we're developing very powerful forms of artificial intelligence, which will show no curiosity towards other forms of life. I'll give a prize to anyone who knows what this animal is. The dugong, yeah, well done, Rika, you get the prize. So this is a picture I took recently in Somalia. This might actually be the last of its kind in Africa. So after 35 million years, it was captured by some fishermen and cut up and eaten. And yet this animal, which is a very high-level mammal, has not received much science. The last scientific paper which was written on the dugong in East Africa was 1977, I think. So this is a mammal. So this is an intelligent species of its own evolutionary line, the Sirenia. It's related to the manatee in the Caribbean and Florida. If we can allow an animal like that to disappear, imagine what lesser animals, plants, insects, what's happening to them. So we've been thinking about this question a lot, and obviously Neil also has this interspecies.io group, which we cross over with. If we don't have time in this presentation to get through all of it, but briefly, one of the first things we'll see in the next decade is that we will be able to perceive other species at much higher resolution. So computational systems put into the wild, gathering data, and obviously Project SETI, which is, I think, out of MIT actually, is trying to crack a whale language. So we will actually get to a state for a number of species that we'll be able to understand what their interests are. Where it really cuts across, this is my friend, Professor Martin Wikelski. He runs a project called Internet of Animals, which is essentially trying to bring IoT to the front line of nature. And these devices, that device is only €7. They put it on, I think that's for a fossa, which is a rare kind of fox-like animal in Madagascar. And they can track it from space. He has 2 space satellites. It's now possible to track animals down to 400 gram body weight on a planetary scale. And on the front line, I think what we would see with communities, and I was talking to Ben, I don't know whether Benno is here. Yes, we were just chatting about this. What we see is, and maybe, how long do I have, Rico? Okay, I'll just land this point, because there's so many other points to land, and we can discuss in it. But what you find is that the frontline communities, so the communities which have to cohabit with non-human life, tend to be at the end of the road, you know. They tend to be quite isolated communities which are living off the land and what they can get from it. Those are the communities which stand to benefit most from financial payments for the observation and protection of species around them. They might alter their behavior a little bit and learn how to cohabit and then inform the world that, yeah, this monkey is still here, this tree is still here. And that depends on ground truth data, you know. So that means the Internet of Things at massive scale in the most remote communities. So that means like frontline fab labs, which have a humanitarian function, but also a biodiversity, natural resource function as well. I promised to be cut off, so I'm cutting myself off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jonathan. That was great. Yes, getting out of our myopia and considering only the good of us and not considering other species is something we really need to get over. All right, calling to the stage next, Ms. Nujud Serhan.
Oops. Hello, everyone. I'm not on screen. Well, until we get up there, I wanted to thank the FAB Foundation for hosting us here. And thank you for choosing Bhutan. This has been absolutely fantastic. Yeah. No? Thank you. So you were probably wondering what this has to do with the Fab Lab. We are based in Jordan. I work at the Crown Prince Foundation. We basically have 13 initiatives, and one of them is a Fab Lab, TechWorks. And this is why I'm here today with my colleague Murad, if you would raise your hand, if you would ever need anything from either of us. Okay. So CPF's vision, I'll tell you this briefly so you just get some context of how we do our business, is capable youth for an inspiring Jordan. Quick run through Jordan in numbers. We're about, our population is about 10 million, 50% of which are under the age of 24, so we're quite young population. The ratio is almost 1-to-1, males to females, with extremely high literacy and education rates, as you can see. And our main challenges include water scarcity, high unemployment rate, youth unemployment, and I'm sorry, I can't get through my slides. Yeah, well, there's a last point, but anyways, never mind. It's okay. Okay. So TechWorks is our Fab Lab. It's an open space registered under the FAB Foundation since 2017. And what we do is basically CPF considers TechWorks as its flagship for innovation. It's a public co-working environment capable of fostering Jordanian innovation by bringing together youth, resources and expertise to create and innovate through digital technology and fabrication. So basically we empower innovators, designers, artists, and tinkerers. We support young innovators and entrepreneurs by enabling them to design, engineer, and manufacture just about anything. And the 4 pillars that we operate in under TechWorks is informal education, startup enablement, livelihood and community development, industry advancement. Our mandate is basically to furnish a suitable open access environment that revolves around providing digital fabrication tools, promoting collaboration and knowledge sharing, supporting education and skill development, encouraging innovation and prototyping, practicing sustainability, engaging with community, being part of the global network of Fab Labs. We think we're quite successful in Jordan, and that's because we are accessible and inclusive. We empower and develop the skill set of youth. We support maker spaces. We collaborate with the community for community building. We provide support to entrepreneurs. We're, a space for innovation and prototyping. We have a good infrastructure, and we're committed to social and environmental impact. I'm going to play this video, and it will be on mute while I continue my points to address the 3 points of this panel. If you would kindly help me play the video. But I want to unmute, please.
You want to unmute?
There's a video inside the slide.
This is actually a...
Is it PDF? Okay, never mind. Okay. So you're going to miss out on some of the numbers and some of our facilities and activities. But anyways, before I address the 3 points of this panel, I just wanted to say that to share with you CPF's experience in setting up and managing the Fab Lab that we have. So as I said, CPF has 13 initiatives and manages them in a standardized manner. We have a main strategy and KPIs for CPF, and after which all the sub-strategies of all the initiatives stem. We oversee the work through setting KPIs for each initiative, a budget, and an annual work plan. That way, this gets divided into an action plan, and we get to follow up and track the performance and make sure that we're on track in terms of budgeting, in terms of financial expenditure, in terms of work as well. That also continuous monitoring helps us to seize opportunities as they arise. We were established in 2017, as mentioned, and the first challenge that we had was forming the team. Digital fabrication was a completely different and new concept to Jordan, and we were not able to put in a full formal team until 2018. To get there, what we had to do was basically do two things. We started off with an internship track from day one to create a pipeline of expertise, and also offered free training to the Fab Academy to create also that kind of expertise. So we ended up hiring from our own interns as part of our first team. CPF is not a for-profit organization, and we deliberately are not competitive within our domain or with other facilities. Instead, we have sought and encouraged partnerships with private sector, educational institutions, and other NGOs that to ensure collaboration among industries to spur innovation, creativity, and continuous growth. On sustainability, this is our first point here. Financial sustainability is a universal challenge, as we know, under this domain. So we made peace with the idea that we're not going to be financially sustainable. And so because we are not because financial sustainability is not our primary focus, we will strive to maintain other forms of sustainability through multiple means. For example, we actively seek partnerships with private sector in a win-win format. So we utilize their CSR component to leverage their budgets to achieve targets through joint activities and projects, and sometimes through joint facilities and sites. Donations and grants play a significant role in supporting our operations and initiatives. We have received support from esteemed organizations such as the FAB Foundation, especially during setup, the Royal Hashemite Court in Jordan, and other companies which help strengthen our operational efforts. On community engagement, our Fab Lab is a core pillar of our work, particularly in empowering youth through innovation. We have developed nationwide outreach program aimed at building awareness about emerging and trending digital fabrication technologies and applications. To ensure further local capacity building, we conduct field trainings in all governorates, reaching out to individuals from diverse backgrounds. And on this point, I would like to stress that language is a very, very important thing to consider when you're reaching into local communities. We have basically translated all the basic trainings that we have into Arabic so that we can be relevant when we do the outreach and master basic trainings. But then as people, develop and advance through these programs, they acquire the language and they start to pick up and understand this industry better. We highlight success stories heavily to inspire and showcase the immense potential of technology in transforming lives as well. In order to make technology more accessible, we contributed 3D printers across Jordan, free of charge in all governorates. Other initiatives include a pop-up Fab Lab and very soon a mobile Fab Lab through a kind donation from Chevron facilitated by FAB Foundation. This will enable us to bring our resources and expertise to communities in need. We actively engage with refugee camps, providing opportunities to displaced youth to learn and create using our Fab Lab resources. We worked with UNHCR, Bluemont, Relief International, Department of Palestinian Affairs, and Field Ready. We offer scholarships to the FAB Foundation programs, and we open our doors for young innovators to further their skills and knowledge to spread maker culture across Jordan. Master classes are offered also for free of charge to the public and provide valuable learning opportunities for individuals of all ages and backgrounds. And we offer free consultation to innovation spaces and other digital fabrication labs as they need to set up or as they need to grow or continue their business. Lastly, on this point, our facility is designed to support a wide spectrum of users, ensuring inclusivity and accessibility to empower youth from all walks of life. On innovation, the last point, our Fab Lab serves as an open space, as I had mentioned, and welcomes and provides access to all individuals. It serves as a hub for research and development, prototype development, low-volume production for various products. In cases where beneficiaries require services beyond our scope, we leverage our network within the ecosystem to connect them with the subject matter experts, such as IP, investors, and incubators. To further promote innovation, we accredited 2 of our staff members as design thinking facilitators. This enables us to foster problem-solving skills and critical thinking among beneficiaries and youth, equipping them with the necessary tools to tackle challenges. We also offer our new team members academic training. We organize hackathons, mentorship programs, and sponsor prototyping production to encourage and nurture innovative ideas in collaboration with private sector and education institutions. So through our collaborative efforts with partners, our dedication to capacity building, and our inclusive approach, CPF strives to create a brighter future for the next generation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Jude. Sorry about the video. That was my mistake. All right, last but not least, Mr. Yogesh, who is the director of Fab Lab Zero in Begin Ashram. Please, can you help us side up? You're up, right?
Yeah, good afternoon. Begin Ashram, it's, many of you know Begin Ashram. So we are there from last 40 years. And I'm going to tell you a story of this 40 years. The first 20 years is with the traditional fabrication tools, and the next 20 years is with the digital fabrication. Dr. Kalbach started this place to train rural youth, especially school dropouts, and to help them to start their enterprises, business in the villages, technology-based businesses. And his idea was to engage the student in the development activity of the community, so that community get benefited and the student gets chance for the hands-on learning. And so over the year, in the first 20 years, our work was limited with the hand tools, traditional fabrication tools, and the requirement from community of like simple fabrication, low-cost housing, then a repair of the agriculture tool, ferrocement housing, hand pump repair. So that was the one. Then it started with the IC engines, electrical motors. By the end of 2000, last century, we got internet. And we also started looking for providing community the internet-based services. So it happened in the first 20 years of traditional fabrication. We worked with the groundwater prospecting, so many things. So these are the needs of the community at that time. In 2002, Neil and Sherry first gave us a machine, the Fab Lab, and we started learning digital fabrication. So we were doing the drawing using a drafter, Now we started using the software. So the focus from drudgery reduction with the hand tools, we went on to become automation, more of a using internet, from low cost technology to modern technology. The students at Vigyan Ashram previously were school dropouts. Now we started getting engineers from IITs, Indian Institute of Technologies, from engineering colleges. Previously we were doing courses on rural technology. Now we are doing rural technology course, but we also start Fab Academy. The last year we did MDDI. So that happened. And with this technology, our response for the community problem also got changed. It got evolved. So water was problem because we are in a drought-prone region. So water was a problem in 1983. The water is a problem today. But the response got changed. So like first, initially it was, as I was mentioning, like a drinking, we were installing hand pumps, we were training on them. Then we designed a groundwater prospecting machine, that is a earth resistivity measuring instrument that was capable to locate a groundwater at 150 feet deep using earth resistivity. But then we realized our groundwater level is depleting fast. And therefore we said we will not increase the capacity of the machine. And we stopped over there. Like now, prospecting, making water available by other means, we need to go beyond that. And then our response become reusing the water, every drop of water. So it was using like water conservation efforts, making contours, soak pits, increasing groundwater level. And the water availability is 65 liters of water per person per day. We have only that much of water. And we need to manage with that. So grey water recycling. We had done at least 3 projects in the Fab Academy, like making an aeration system for the aeration of the water treatment, monitoring of the quality of grey water before giving it to plant. So we started working on various projects. And now we have got this solution. Now we have a complete technology for providing a groundwater system for the small hamlets, for the remote houses. Like they are decentralized. We can't have a STP. We can't have a big solution. So we have like for every household on a small hamlet, we can have their own system of like 6,000 liter, 10,000 liter of recycling capacity. So our response to this technology got changed. Of course, in Vigyan Ashram, we are using every drop of water, recycling it, and we started now going to community. We had many installation in the community. The next, our learning is community always want more. Their expectations are always increasing. So we got a requirement to make a de-husking machine for brown rice. It was done by the hand pounding. Like many Bhutanis might be knowing, the hand pounding is a very effort task. So the women came, self-help group, they wanted to have some kind of a pedal operated manual machine. We made that machine in 2014 for cost less than $100. Then the same group want us to make it electricity, put an electric motor on it. Cost increases, but we found more buyer for it. They again want more modification. They want husk to be separated. They want rice grain to be separated. So again we add features to it. Now we got the machine for $1,500. And in last 2-3 years, we sold more than 300 machines. So and I'm sure the next time when they will see this, we saw this seed chip, they will ask for more. And we need to again respond to their requirement with the new technology. When we develop new technology or we take this community need and try to solve it, many economic activities emerges, which we never thought of. So we got a problem from the community, like they are not getting chicks on time for the poultry. The farmer raise the poultry, they need to supply the chicks. Because of the monopoly of the big hatcheries, they are not getting on time. We work on it. The person on the photo, he work on that project and he started his business to manufacture it. He is selling it. It's available online as well. But the second business model is very interesting. The ladies who purchase this machine, they incubate the eggs, the 1,000 eggs. They supply it to other 10 women, 100 each, and they earn like around $1.5 a day. So it's like a two-way business model. With the small efforts, we started doing it. The last point I want to say is about when we work on a technology, we need to talk to the community and learn from their traditional wisdom. So we in our Vigyan Ashram, we have a problem with in our kitchen. We have a mess where we eat our food. The sprouts are not growing uniformly. So that was the problem. And this lady in the photograph, when we talked to them, she gave us a suggestion, like her understanding. She told us the sprouts will grow well in monsoon. And if you basically soak the seeds, tied in a cloth and hang it on the tree, that will give you a good kind of a sprouts. So we got that understanding. We translate into other conditions like temperature, humidity, aeration. And that went on become a Fab Academy projects. And now we got this product ready. And now we are teaching other people how to make this sprouter for other residential school. So we need to get that understanding from the community. So there are various solutions, various technology developed by Vigyan Ashram. I'm not going to tell all about it. But one thing is common in all these things. All this technology has a face to the problem. So for each of these problems, there is a person who tells like, I need this. Can you provide me this solution? And he is willing to pay something, a small amount, a token, as a basically contribution to encourage us to start working. So we have an order when we start working on this kind of thing. So these are a list of technologies which came up in last 20 years. For a community and for like a Fab Lab like us, we always need to put some challenge in front of the students so that they can aspire for. So we tell them like now we want to become as a power campus, let's try to become a self-sufficient in terms of water, energy, waste management, agriculture. And we are now working on various projects. We are giving that task to my students and they in turn basically like talking to the community. So can we make a village self-sufficient? So that's what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Yogesh. We're going to rearrange the stage here so we can have our panelists be in greater proximity to one another. So hopefully you've been paying attention. There were some very powerful things shown here on stage. Mr. Yogesh just showed with us 40 years of extreme prolificness. I think a testament to a good Fab Lab isn't that it stays alive, but it's done a whole lot of things in that time to help a whole lot of people. From Mr. Jude, the importance of empowerment, the importance of creating KPIs to measure success, to constantly check that you're doing the right things year after year. And what was interesting to me as well as making tech accessible by going to the communities and not simply asking communities to always come to you. Jonathan, of course, very inspirational talk there. Non-human life forms can express their financial value. What a powerful statement that was. And then lastly, frontline communities are at the end of the road. So perhaps when we think about creating Fab Labs, we need to think about not always being at the beginning of the road, but maybe moving further afield where we can make greater impact. Let's see, Kartik talked about an innovation ecosystem, right? Like you need to create a community of collaborators who will ensure that your ideas, your thoughts, your applications can be made widely available. And what I love for him is, don't stop your kids from playing with tech. That is a mistake that I think most parents make. All children have imagination and curiosity as their superpower, and they should be encouraged. And then from the very beginning, Marlene, super powerful talk about the fact that tech is not neutral. We need to take agency and sovereignty over how it gets developed. We can't just simply be users of technology, but be active developers of technology. So with that, I would like to start the panel discussion. And let's see, how should I do this? Oh, by the way, at one point here, I'm going to ask the panelists to ask each other questions, something that you heard from another panelist that you found particularly interesting. Well, why don't we just start there? Molly, what did you hear from someone that you found interesting?
I was very intrigued by the non-human species talk. And we are also working on a More Than Planets, More Than Human program, a research program. So a lot of those questions about agency for non-human species is really, I think, at the core of our problem at the moment. And I got a very, do you really want them to express their financial? Do we want to, should we not find another way of value, like here in Bhutan, the gross national happiness? I'm sometimes afraid that when we put other species in our same sort of closed thinking about financial gain, we might bring them more in trouble than they already are.
Well, that's a great question. And by the way, the Netherlands is really at the forefront. Obviously, the Dutch invented modern banking, modern money, and they are reinventing it now.
But the Dutch are always salesmen, so I'm also questioning the Dutch myself. I'm not a typical Dutch person.
I think the point you raised is is an incredibly critical one, and it may not be possible. Right? Obviously, we talk about value, but I do feel like in rich countries, we're very judgmental, especially leftist-leaning people are incredibly, on about, oh, you can't financialize this, you can't financialize that. But if you go and live in Africa, where, well, we were even talking about Jordan now, it's extraordinary how high your youth unemployment rate is. That's Jordan, but in most communities that I deal with in Africa, most young people are never going to have a job. It's not going to happen for them. They simply don't have, I'm talking about in the villages or the small towns, they have an option to go to a city, or they live in the village, they grow what they can grow, they hustle what they can hustle, and by the way, the girls are suffering more than anyone, right? Because then there's crime and sexual exploitation and so on. So I'm a little bit pragmatic in this sense that the next 20, 30 years, unless you put value, now I agree with you, value can be divisible in many ways, and money itself is changing as a function, right? Dopamine is money on the internet. So we have to be very careful about value. But I am a little bit radical in the sense that I think that other species have a right to exist into the next century, And unless they can represent themselves, they can put up their hand and say, hey, I actually exist. I'm a bat colony. I'm here, And they're not going to hold on to the money. They don't need an American Express card. That money goes to the community, which is providing the service or is generating the data,
I was just pointing out that there is also a legal structure around non-human species, which gives them an agency, but also a legal status. It could also be a way to not just use them, like the status of the river or the agency of the river and so on.
Yeah,
so in a different way, but I totally agree that it's a very luxurious position when you describe the situation where some people live in. Yes.
So I told you this was going to be fun. Okay, next, Nuju.
Thanks. I can't remember who had the slide that says tinkering, making innovation. You did, right? Yeah. That especially drew me because we have discussed that repeatedly and at TechWorks, and we were wondering how we could kick off a major tinkering program as part of, because all our programs are direct training programs and awareness programs about particular digital fabrication skills and technology, but to spur tinkering is something that would require a bigger system, we think, in schools and even at home, because it encourages free thinking and making mistakes and trial and error. So I was just wondering if you could just give us your thoughts on how we could kick that please.
Yeah, so great question. So one thing which has been happening, I wouldn't say extremely successfully, but there have been, good indicators of success is actually, the federal government program that is called the Atal Tinkering Labs. So those are actually small tinkering spaces in schools, in mostly in high schools, where, usually it is either a bunch of small these robotics building kits, then probably a Chromebook or a small laptop, and
the innovation head of this program that set up 10,000 tinkering labs in Delhi just arrived. I don't see him here, but we'll have him on the program hopefully tomorrow.
So what they've done is they've structured these interventions into 3 or 4 parts, and at each stage, based on what the kids intend to do or what their knowledge or skill level is, they are given a set of tools, right? But one of the challenges with the program is not everywhere are the teachers really trained enough to actually tell the kids how to use this, because they need a starting point, right? You cannot throw a kit at a kid and expect the kid to actually figure out, right? So the teacher training is an intervention that is slowly starting to take place, but where we intend to position ourselves is in terms of if these have to be augmented, if you really have to find that bright spark from the school, who could be an innovator or an inventor by the time they turn 17 or 16, right? So that's where we intend to play by augmenting this network of tinkering labs.
I just want to weigh in a little bit on this issue. So as a Fab Lab, we're supposed to be open to the public at some point during the week. For me, it's 3 p.m. every day because the elementary school kids pass by my lab. I put my dog out to draw them in. But what I do is I just simply leave the tools out. I leave it out on the table. The kids walk in, they start playing with the Rubik's Cube. They start looking at the 3D printed objects. And then at some point, they'll get the courage to say, how do I do this? Right? And then I say, okay, you want to learn something? And then I sit them down and teach that child who asked the question something. And then what's more amazing is that after he becomes really, really good, another kid will come and say, oh, I want to do that too. And then the first kid looks at me and says, can you teach him? Like, no, you teach him. And then it becomes a viral thing here. So now I have 20 kids that come at 3 o'clock every day and they terrorize my lab and play with my dog. But, just make yourself available, make yourself open, and then it seems to just work itself out. All right, Yogesh, anything from the speeches that you heard that stuck out in your mind?
I don't know who said that, but sustainability, the financial, I think you said that. The financial sustainability is just a way off. And you said other form of sustainability. So what are that other forms? Yeah.
We're heavily working on community empowerment and working with to leverage CSR resources and the network at the ecosystem itself to make sure that we provide services that would not be available if we haven't been within the ecosystem. So that has sustained, if you wish, our role within the ecosystem as TechWorks and as CPF to bridge partnerships, to bring CSR budgets to communities, to fund opportunities to communities that otherwise would have not got them if we weren't there. So that's how we've leveraged and we work with it.
One of the things that we did to make it more accessible, because our own lab is in a very beautiful old building. You have to climb the stairs, so old people will not really like to do all that all day. We might actually get the ground floor as well, so then I will invite all of you to come. But we realized that it has to be very close to the neighborhoods. So we helped to set up a network of makerspaces, like more the tinkering, like not a high level, but the simple machines, the basic machines of Fab Lab still, in the libraries next to schools. So now we have a network of 10 in Amsterdam, in around the neighborhoods, which have real challenges as well, because of course the Netherlands is a flourishing country, but not for everybody. So again, the accessibility of this kind of tools and environments is not normal as well. And then now we're working with the National Library to set up a whole national program for libraries having makerspaces. And I think it's really interesting that libraries sort of understood that it's not only about the books and literacy, it's really about competences. So we're moving from the idea of being digital literate to that you have digital competences, which means maker skills, and not just understanding where to click and where not to click, because most of the digital literacy programs are all about make people good consumers or safe consumers. And competences are really, I think, the term in which we try to rethink all the investments that are done by the government actually in getting people up to speed. And I think this change could be really radical, because competence means that you have agency. And it's moving from being consumer of digital goods to have an agency in making it. And I think some of the examples you just gave are really, really radical. I think we can learn a lot about the solutions you just showed in the village to bring to neighborhoods and villages in the Netherlands. So we have to have like a learning curve to the very high-tech, but all consumer-based environments in the Netherlands, and learn from your solutions, which are much more based on agency.
Jonathan?
Well, just very brief question to Yogesh. I'm really impressed with both of your presentations, but I'm really, obviously, with climate change and with, the growth of the Indian economy, so the human footprint is going to grow. We're pretty much certain to get at least 2 degrees increase in temperature, which means like heat bulbs, in your part of India, which are actually not human, right? They're literally inhuman. So your farmers couldn't even go out during the middle of the day. I'm wondering to what extent those conversations kind of bubble up. I was really interested in your water projects, and you're already having this sort of ethical and pragmatic position. How much do you think about that?
Yes, in fact, we think very much about that because we experience that, the climate change and the rain patterns changing. So we are experiencing and we are getting affected by that. So we talk about it. On the other side, for helping the community, see, one thing for climate change, we can do action at our end. As such, I mentioned like how to use every drop of water or waste management, energy, like we use almost like everything is solar energy on Vigyan Ashram campus. So we are doing that. For agriculture, see, in agriculture, there are many variables like the rain, the seed quality, the soil, the humidity, market fluctuation, demand supply, pest control. And I think to control so many variables for a farmer, he has to be a very good entrepreneur to control all these variables. So there basically this AI and ML kind of thing is very useful for us. So we are learning for that. We are like in one of the FAB Academy project, we are like the Suhas, my colleague, he's working on collecting data for the capsicum crop. And that we are learning. So far we don't have any concrete solution to offer, but yes, it's very much on our mind.
Sure, yeah.
One of the things that really worries me is that we sometimes see the problems at the moment and environmental on an world scale, and still people think that technology will save us, whereas technology actually contributes to the problem. If you think about the energy consumption of the data centers, of the AIs, of us using ChatGPT only, it's really one of the major issues. It's as big as flying or as big as the automotive industry. So shouldn't we also think about reducing our energy consumption and rethinking in what kind of settings we do think technology makes a sense, like in the places that we just discussed, where it really doesn't add anything, just is makes shareholders really rich or even have more power. So there's a really big balance. The disbalance of power in technology is only rising. It's not reversed. It's not us, our community that should also sort of address these issues and saying that technology is not the only thing that we need in certain conditions, but in many conditions, it's really just adding to the problem.
Yeah, but I think that's the whole promise of decentralized manufacturing, right? The promise is you have, and I've thought about this a lot in the last years, you want a lot more low tech or no tech, and probably really decimate the middle technologies, except motorbikes and bicycles, which are kind of amazing. But then you do need to be very radical. I would kind of push back against you a little bit. I think there's 5%, 3%, 1%, where you actually have to be very futuristic, because we simply do not have in our industrial revolution the tools available to outrun the equity issues and the climate issues and the biodiversity issues. It will have to have some new solutions. Now, I completely agree that you want to scale back a lot of technology, but I don't think it's very helpful for us to get into a Luddite mentality and saying that technology is hyper-capitalistic.
No. I'm just saying, if we understand that technology is not neutral, it's not against technology. I'm not against it. I love it. We really have a lot of fun with technology. We all have. So I'm not saying that we should say no to it. It's more that we are more explicit. Which ones make sense, and which one doesn't make sense and doesn't actually adds to the problem, not to the solution. And the more explicit we are, the better conversations we have. Also in the whole field of financing tech. And all this whole area of startup capital. Sometimes I really think we spend the money the wrong way, and I think we are all part of a movement that I think could be much more explicit and have a better voice in this development. I'm not actually Luddites were not against technology; they were against the replacement of labor. Just to be sure that Luddite is really quite a very good position. It's not against technology. It's understanding the power disbalance with the people that own the technology and the people that don't own. So it could be really a good position for us, actually.
I'm very sorry. Could I extend on this a little bit? Could I extend on this? Okay. So the foreign minister, I believe, on the first day made a statement that hit me really hard. He said that technology is wonderful, but can you make sure that it reaches everybody? Can you dumb it down enough that everybody in the country can get access to it? And then in the context of agency, in order to take agency, you need to be aware, you need to be knowledgeable. So unless the entire population of, say, Bhutan understands technology, it will be just a handful of people making these decisions for the country. So how can we be better at making certain that the technology that is arriving in a country like Bhutan is better understood by everyone? Any thoughts on that question? I'll start with you.
So I'll make a segue into what Marlene was saying. So we live in an era of artificial intelligence, like the GPT-3s and 4s, right? So these are, I'm trying to address this more from a technology selection perspective, as in, when you want tech, what kind of tech do you actually need? So this is essentially the AI that we are seeing these days is driven on more and more data and more computing power, which eventually leads back to, the data center energy consumption that you're talking about. So, but do you really need that amount of data and computing power to recommend a video? I don't think so. I mean, if it's a weather pattern problem, or if it's a crop disease detection problem, or or even a cancer drug discovery problem, I mean, that makes sense, because technology, at the end of the day, it's a tool, right? And it's about what are the concomitant benefits that come out of using that tech, that really would make sense. So I would say even, right from whether it's Bhutan or whether it's, Kerala or any other country or geographical, area or humanity, we need to think about, how do we choose technology? Do we really need tech is needed, but what kind of tech do we need? Is this the tech that is going to solve our problems? What are the positive and negative externalities that are going to come out of it? So I think these are sanity factors or questions that we need to address first, and then we get to the implementation part. So that's how I would look at it.
See, answering this question, technology democratization, I feel like we need to respond to the problems of the community at local level and then go for looking for a solution. It's not like, okay, we have a tool and then go to a community like we want to do something. So first of all, like talk to the people, see that what they can digest, what technology that can they absorb. Of course, then go looking around the network. Like that's what we do. We look for the people, the friends around, what kind of help they can give. Ask for them, learn from them when you come for the conference, then try to adopt it locally. So that will sustain. Like then you will learn something, add on to your knowledge, and you will able to maintain the technology. Otherwise, you will get the machine. There is some maintenance issues come and the technology will not work. So the technology absorption has to be start from the need, go out for the best solution. Maybe it's high tech, locate. Then just see the affordability of that person for taking that technology in terms of financing and the knowledge, and then give it to them. Otherwise, it will just become a showcase object.
To address your point, Rico, I think it's a very important point. I think this is very similar to eradication of illiteracy, where you design training programs and awareness programs that go across and horizontally and vertically, because you address an awareness level, you do address it through an education level, because you need parents that understand the benefits of it, the dangers of it, and then how to deal with their kids dealing with it. But then you also want to educate your kids on what to do and what not to do, how to protect themselves and what not to. Because the minute you ban these things, you're automatically creating other means for, because it's curiosity. In Jordan, they banned TikTok and immediately everyone jumped on VPN. So that banning things is not practical. And there are, things that everybody can learn from, as long as you have a public that is aware and educated on what to make use, how to make use of everything that they have access to, then you have an overall, better situation. Abuse is always there, misconduct is always there. But if you have, generally an aware society, then this is how you protect and you move forward and you grow.
Okay, I did promise that I would take questions from the audience. Does anybody have a question they would like to ask? We've got 2 hands up there.
Really, thank you very much for a spectacular panel. My name's Andrew Lamb and I'm the chair of the Internet of Production Alliance, trying to enable distributed manufacturing, and I used to be part of Field Ready. And in my Field Ready capacity, I think I've engaged with almost all of your organizations at some point. I just want to apologize to people. I didn't organize the humanitarian track at the FAB23 this year, but I will do it again next year in Mexico. We had a lot of humanitarian stuff in Bali. Thank you for mentioning humanitarian issues. Jonathan, a few years ago with the World Bank, I did some work looking at the economic benefits of attaching a drone port to a fab lab, where we would be able to distribute items that were made and repaired from the fab lab across Lake Victoria to the islands of Lake Victoria. And it got really a lot of interest, and I'm happy to tell you that I did share that report with the government of Bhutan, the Department for Disaster Management, so they are interested in it. You mentioned it in your talk. And then on the case of working with refugees, in the case of Jordan, I'm really excited about the idea of a mobile fab lab. And I think, and I know the Crown Prince Foundation and the Fab Lab in Amman has been working with refugees for some time. Could you say a little bit about the relationship with the host communities? I think the mobile Fab Lab could also help the communities around the refugee camps that are also, in many ways, lacking access to some of the things that you might have in the capital city. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CPF is big on outreach this year. We have been establishing offices throughout the governorates. So by the end of this year, we will have 12 offices across Jordan. This would facilitate our reach. What we used to do, because we had limited facilities, limited team members and resources, of course, we went out on planned visits. So sometimes it was a refugee camp, sometimes it was a big city, sometimes it was a host community. So depending on the partners, depending on the theme, depending whatever. Being at the governorate level would help us prioritize the issues, whether it was on a host community level, as host communities, or refugee level, or basic across the whole society spectrum. We would be able to design unique interventions to be able to cater to individual needs at these different categories, governorates, sorry. So we are working to spread our physical presence in Jordan. That would help us customize and then move to even, more remote areas. So through the mobile Fab Lab, once we identify these needs at the governorate level, we send them off to even more remote areas from that city into the villages and other remote areas. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Thank you. And along the same lines, it's just an interest that just sparked in my brain as I hear you delivering medicine with drones, which makes all the sense in the world. And we are in Colombia. Similar to the Himalayan mountains, we have the Andean mountains, which create several challenges in moving not only doctors but medicine. And so there is something called it's similar to Doctors Without Borders in Colombia. It's called La Patrulla Aérea Nacional. And it's pilots that volunteer their time and people who own private planes and volunteer or lend their planes to fly into very remote communities and do once a month in different communities medical work. But weather's also non-permitting sometimes. Many factors come into play here. And so my question really is, how easy is it to replicate that model that you guys have in India to bring to communities, perhaps in Colombia?
Well, I think most of the technical questions around cargo drones have been solved. You can have fixed wing drones that can fly 150 kilometers. They can carry 20 kilos of payload. They can have vertical takeoff and landing. They've had, literally hundreds of thousands of flight hours now, which is as safe as a Cessna, probably safer actually. There are some significant challenges, which a lot of you engineers will understand. The battery technology kind of sucks. It really hasn't. We never expected, when I was thinking about drones and drone ports, I kind of thought that the sense and avoid technology and the VTOL technology, that those would be the hard things. And the batteries I just didn't even think about. But most drones, they're too expensive. They're too heavy. The batteries burn out after 6 or 7 flights. So they are really great utility for life-saving. So someone's in a car crash, they need blood in a remote part of Colombia, absolutely. Malaria, absolutely. Sickle cell disease, absolutely. Humanitarian disaster. But when you start moving down the food chain, then the economics are not there yet. But I do believe as soon as we get this hybrid drone, which is electric to take off, and then gas to fly straight, then we're in a different ballgame. And then Fab Labs are really in a different space, because once you have a large number of drones flying around between secondary towns, they need to land, they need to get repaired, they need to get recharged, and it's absolutely natural that you would have a fab facility in a drone port landing function. You know, that's just obvious. You know, and when we think what's happening with e-bikes and e-motorbikes and solar charging units and so on, then you can see in a town of 10, 20,000 people, whether in Colombia or in Nigeria or in India, that there will be that kind of functionality. But price point on the battery is a challenge.
All right, we'll take one other question from the audience. Jason, go ahead. And then in the interest of time management, we will get closing statements from each of the speakers and end the session there. So go ahead, Jason.
So yeah, I really love lots of intervention here. I can definitely relate. I'm a biomedical engineer. I can definitely relate with the drone question. I was in Rwanda last year, and therefore, well, the zipline facility. And I would actually advise people to look at the catapult or cannon system for drones, which is extremely interesting to lower the need for the energy consumption for takeoff. But my main question was, while in Rwanda, I also go very much with your point of this arrogance of the West of disregarding the importance of money. Like, we're not talking about money, we're talking about technology, but if we want to help developing countries, like, we need them to be able to make money through digital manufacturing, or otherwise adoption will not be there. And in that light, my question would be for Vegan Ashram. While I was in Rwanda, I visited a number of facilities, and they also have the same problem with poultry development. They also have like bad IDs if we go to the biological stuff, which they overuse antibiotics, which creates a whole lot of problem. But just creating those incubator and poultry relates to another of my question. You created lots of great projects. What have you already done to replicate that across the world in other Fab Labs, so that, well, the business that you have made, not only the prototypes, but also the businesses that have been created in Vegan Ashram, can be just like copied quite easily in other places of the world, possibly in Rwanda, but most likely everywhere?
Yes, see, those projects which are complete and which we can share, like for example, solar dryer. I conducted a workshop on the first day, and all the designs are available. I will ask my colleague to share in the group the links for you. We have a do-it-yourself manual on our website. So those technologies where we are confident, we had shown basically, we have piloted it, we have a complete proof, we publish it as a manual, as a do-it-yourself instructional manual with photographs, everything is like a Fab Academy kind of a project documentation. We had done it. So we will share with you, it's available on this thing. What I done basically, before like COVID, I done basically a survey, like I visited many organizations in the country and collected a documentation of the scalable technologies suitable for the rural areas. And we published a compendium of it. So that compendium is also there available that I edited. I can share that also. So even for Bhutanese people, some of them are asking me for the technologies. So we have a scalable technologies documented with all like necessary documentation. And yes, best thing is to contact me, to write me an email, and I will share you the latest thing. We have an incomplete project documentation as well on our blog. So you can also access that. But there basically you will find a lot of things which are work in progress, incomplete, some failures. But that also you can give a new try, and you can also try to copy it. So it's available, open source. It's a Fab Lab projects. Yeah.
Okay, with that, I'm going to get closing comments from each of the speakers. I'll ask you to limit it to about 30 seconds each. I'll ask you to make your comments specific to this question, which is that very soon or already the movie Oppenheimer is going to be released, which talks about the development of nuclear energy and its application to destroy a couple of cities in Japan. Bhutan is embracing technology in a big way. I mean, this conference is testament to their desire to have technology come and make some improvements here. Many of you have been in town here for a week or so now and have seen the local culture. We talked a lot about need and appropriate technology and agency and sovereignty. So maybe just a comment from each one of you about how Bhutan might think about technology as it ramps itself up that curve. You could start, Marlene.
Yes, I think it's a very interesting moment in time, and I think it's very interesting that the FAB community is one of the first big events happening here from outside, or as an international gathering. And I hope really that the ideas that are behind the FAB movement about open technology, sharing, no black box, community-driven, based on social values, on inclusion, that those are the ones that will help to shape the policy here in Bhutan. I think it's very, as I refer to the commons as a way to think about how we could rethink economics as something that are shared goods. And I think it's very close to the idea of the gross national happiness index. And I know that this happiness index is not the only thing which now is driving Bhutan. The GDP definitely is also part of the game. But I think where I see some opportunities, and I saw some of the people that we worked with in Paro reading the book of Kate Rayworth. So I hope that while the West is still almost strangled by big tech and big finance and big capital, I hope Bhutan can and tries to free itself from those the strangleness. I don't know if that's an English word.
Stranglehold.
Okay, thank you. I hope Bhutan will build upon what is happening here already. I really hope they can show us how to do that, and I hope they're not getting overwhelmed by big tech telling them that they can solve the problems. I hope they keep their agency. I hope they're not moving in. Actually, maybe it's strange, but I hope they're not moving into the metaverse. Let's stay out of it, and hope they keep their agency in their hands.
Thank you. Najud?
My humble advice would be to exercise something that we have done actively, is to go out to communities, showing the applicability of digital fabrication within local handcrafts and local communities is the easiest, I think, and fastest way for people to start to comprehend how they can apply digital fabrication within their lives and daily work. So that makes it easier to comprehend and to utilize across various cohorts and various target groups. Thank you.
See, this Fab Lab, in the 4-5 Fab Labs in the Bhutan, that will give you a lot of publicity and glamour. So use them to attract more students to your lab, to make more use of the labs. But ultimately, you need to show that your lab is useful for the people, for the community. The sustainability of the lab, the major thing is of sustainability, whether it's useful. If your lab is useful for the community, it will sustain. If you are not able to contribute anything to the community, it will not sustain. So for me, the simple definition of sustainability is whether I am useful. So remember that mantra, like that's what we need to remember, like we need to be useful for the people around us. So don't go look for the fancy things. Look what you can solve in your neighborhood with the tools you have.
Thank you. Jonathan? Okay, John, all right.
Yeah, so as closing remarks, what I would say is, the Super Fab Lab and the nascent network of Fab Labs that have gotten built in Bhutan, I think these need to get developed and positioned as centers where a lot of the supply chain dependencies that Bhutan is facing right now can gradually be reduced, and if possible, wherever possible, that those can be done away with. This would require a lot of changes in terms of material selection, even in things like building materials, structural materials, even things like food or functional foods. A lot of possibilities are there where Bhutan can actually, make a difference. Why I say this is because a lot of the problems that a country like Bhutan would be facing right now, a typical Bhutanese person or somebody from the subcontinent would kind of end up thinking that it's a typical Bhutanese problem, but it's not. I can't remember the statistic right now, but the sheer number of landlocked countries, they would all have, either a complete set or a subset of these very problems. So once we can get young people to solve for these problems, the market is not just Bhutan. It is a multitude of these countries, and that in turn would create more IPs, jobs, prosperity within this country. And that, I think, with the Super Fab Lab and the Fab Lab network as a catalyst is perfectly doable. Yeah, that would be my closing comments.
Okay, and if I may just add my own thoughts on this. A lot of us up here on stage and who have been part of the Fab network for a long time, we're already corrupted. We've already have our minds bent by big tech and this, that, and the other thing. I would say for Bhutan, please focus on the young minds, the people sitting over here in the second, third, and fourth rows, right? These are the people who will make the difference. Make sure there are programs to ensure that they get access to all of this that we've been talking about for the past hour and a half. So with that, I hope the panel lived up to the promises that I made at the beginning, and you would please kindly give a big, giant round of applause for all of the panelists up here. I believe they'll all be available throughout the day, so engage them in conversation, learn as much as you can while they're here, because they're amazing. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, guys, it's lunch break. Please break for lunch. And there won't be any programs here in the Dragon Tent till 4 p.m. But there's plenty of other workshops happening starting from 3. So go check them out.